Good morning. It's Friday. We made it through the week. I am alternate juror. Make sure I turn my sound back up. It's up. Odd. I just turned it down. How are y'all doing? I hope this week has been good for you. Good morning, Gabrielle. And good morning, Carmen. We are going to continue today with the McNabb Bell trial. We are on day 3 of trial. We did day 2 on Wednesday, which we heard the medical examiner's findings, and that was difficult to hear. That was Caliyah's injuries that she sustained supposedly at the hands of her father, Chris McNabb. Good morning, Stormy. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're doing well. So Chris McNabb has been charged with the death of Caliyah, 15-day-old Caliyah, and his girlfriend. Have we figured out if they were married or they're just boyfriend, girlfriend? Doesn't matter, I guess. Cortney has not been charged with the death, but she's been charged with, doing stuff that she shouldn't have been doing that led up to her daughter being put in that position. Is that the nicest way I can say it? So we are going to go to day 3. As you know, the camera work in this trial has just been spectacular, spot on. Never seen anything better, right? Sorry, I can't even say it with a straight face. It's so bad. They start day 3 out just in the middle of somebody's testimony. So I didn't. This is not me. This is just where they started. So I'm going to assume it's a friend. She looks young by the looks of her. So yep. We'll just be picking up where they started because that's what they do in this trial. And I know you guys just would not expect anything less because it's been great. All right, there she is. Carmen. I do have some new things. I woke up yesterday morning and had an email from YouTube, which is scary sometimes, especially covering a trial like this, but I was monetized. So I do have super chats. I have some ideas that I'm kind of tossing around, and about memberships and doing members only streams, but I haven't got there yet. So, but yeah, I got monetized. Thank you, Stormy. I was happy. I was happy. It was a very nice email to wake up to. Because I'll tell you, when you have an email from YouTube, it's like, crap, what happened? So I did not watch that Stotch trial because I don't remember which one I was watching at that time. Yeah, this camera in this courtroom looks like it's literally controlled with a joystick. And there's a guy sitting back there and it moves very, very slowly. So, and he likes to go to the ceiling a lot. So that's just where it is. This is an older trial because I'm waiting for the Adam Montgomery trial to start next week. So I think just like I have been doing between live trials is just going back and grabbing an older one. I've not seen this. So I know some of you out there have, but I know a lot of you out there have not. So don't spoiler alert. or don't spoiler alert, just don't spoiler it, anything. No spoilers. That's what I'm trying to say. So, yes. And the Franklin Tucker trial, I don't know if you watched that one or not, Stormy. When they panned back when the jury wasn't there, they were right at the state's table. They had to keep it angled the way that they did the entire time, or they would have showed the jury, because that courtroom was super small and the jury was like sitting on the state's lap almost. All right, let's get started. Again, this starts in the middle of her test, or I don't know if it's the middle. I don't know how long she's been testifying at this point. I just know it starts in the middle of a sentence. And let me know how my sound is. I have everything boosted as usual, but I always got to check.
You to Investigator Jeff Alexander on this evening?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall going over that statement?
I do, but I don't remember exactly what was said on it.
Would it refresh your memory if you're able to see
Yes.
a couple pages of it? I'm going to show the witness states a copy of the interview, pages 10 and 11. If you can just read page 10 down through 11, where I've got those two highlighted brackets, starting at the first paragraph and then down. See if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, that does refresh my memory.
Okay, so tell us exactly what you remember happening. I know it was a chaotic situation.
It was very chaotic.
Just tell us what you remember happening.
I do remember Chris saying that they're going to take him to jail. I do remember him saying that. I do remember everybody freaking out because Chris was scared about going to jail.
And what did you say about him getting out of the car or stopping at the marathon?
I was screaming no at everybody, that God's got us, we got to get to the baby. I was screaming no.
At that time, did you know whether the baby had been found alive or dead?
No, I had no idea. I thought the baby was alive.
Oh,
Did it strike you as odd that Chris McNabb wanted to jump out of the car when he found his baby had been found?
Very much so.
And the part that I just showed you to refresh your memory, did Mr. McNabb say they're going to put it on me?
I believe that was the general gist of what he was saying. Yes, ma'am.
And that's specifically what you told Investigator Alexander?
Yes.
And you indicated that he didn't ask if the baby was alive, nothing like that, and have no hope or nothing. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after he jumped out of the car, and I believe you said how was he acting at that time?
Like they were all acting like they were on meth. They were acting really sketchy. I don't know what I said exactly in the statement, but they were all acting crazy.
Did you say he started freaking out, acting crazy, wanted me to drop him off at the marathon and jumped out of the car?
Yeah.
Now, after he jumped out of the car, did you proceed to head down 36?
Yes, I was.
First of all, let me stop you. Where did you see him go after he jumped out of the car?
He went off the same way that he got out of the car. So if the marathon was in front of us, he went the opposite direction.
Okay. So if you were sitting at the red light there, and the marathon is up in front of you on the right, is that where it was?
I believe so.
Which way did he run?
The opposite direction.
Okay. And did you see, was he running or was he walking or skipping?
He was running, but then the light turned green and, had to drive.
What did you continue to do? Where'd you go?
I was screaming at everybody to shut the F up, sit down, we're going to the baby, that's where we're going. That's basically it.
Hey,
I
Hamilton.
screamed at everybody.
Where did Cortney Bell want you to go?
She wanted me to pull over into I believe it's called Anderson Circle.
What is Anderson Circle known for?
methamphetamine. I won't go in there.
Is that why would you not go in there?
Because, when my son's father, both my children's father was on drugs, if I knew he was on drugs if he was in that neighborhood, so I personally would not go in that neighborhood.
So,
Yeah.
did Cortney
Feel bad for her.
want to go there before she wanted to go see where her baby was?
Yes.
Did you take her into Anderson Circle?
No.
Why not?
Because it was an insane idea, and we were gonna go to the baby.
Did you take her, where did you take her?
To the baby, to the trailer park.
And who did you meet with when y'all got there?
We saw the police and Tim's family, the Bell family, and just the news channel when everybody was there.
Did you and Miss Bell and Miss Hamby then have an interview at the sheriff's department later that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you tell Investigator Alexander everything that you've told this jury today?
Yes, ma'am, except for the part of Pam getting out of the car. That was something that I pieced together afterwards because I knew my child lock was on.
So, in essence, did Pam Hamby assist Chris McNabb getting out of the car?
Yeah, there's no other way that he could have gotten out of the car.
Did Cortney Bell stop Chris McNabb from getting out of the car?
No. I felt like I was the only one trying to stop anything, to be honest.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for this witness.
And remember, Pam is Courtney's mom, who's sketchy at best.
The date we're talking about is October 8th of 2017, is that right?
Yes.
And you, Chris McNabb, Cortney Bell, Pam Hamby, and Jeremiah were in the car. And we've noted that you were in the driver's seat. Pam Hamby is in the passenger seat. Jeremiah, Courtney, Chris.
Yes.
Okay. At some point during that ride, Courtney started receiving calls and texts and messages about Caliyah.
Yeah.
Now, you don't know exactly what those were.
No.
Once
I
they
agree.
started, people started yelling, and,
Yeah.
and it got frantic.
And I was driving, so.
So if they had received information that the child was not alive and you didn't, would that compensate for what you're saying about somebody not asking whether the child is alive?
No, because there was only one person on the phone, which was Courtney, so for everybody in the car to get the same information, it would have to be said out loud.
Okay, but you said it was chaotic and people were yelling. You don't recall anybody yelling out any particular information?
Yeah, no one said the baby was dead or alive.
Do you recall Pam Hamby telling Chris to get out of the car?
I recall the argument about it. I don't recall specifics.
All right. So you don't recall whether or not Pam Hamby told Chris to get out of the car?
No, but she did get out of the car and open the door for him to get out.
When did you learn that the child had been deceased?
In all the panic at the scene.
Once you got to
Yeah.
them? So if Courtney had received a text from Craig Weatherford saying that the baby was dead before all of this happened, you wouldn't have known about it.
No, I would have had no idea.
That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Frost?
Just a couple simple questions. After Courtney, my client, got that text, is it fair to say that she was just a mess?
She was in the back seat, so I don't know what she looked like. I know that everybody was screaming.
All right, you didn't have an opportunity to hear her or see her or know her condition after hearing something like that?
No, because it was all just everybody yelling at each other.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Zahn?
Nothing further, Judge.
You may step down. Any reason why she might not be excused?
No, Your Honor, we ask that she be excused.
You're excused from any further attendance on the court, and you may call your next witness.
Your Honor,
Yeah, I'm
the state
sure-
calls Julie Hannah.
That scene was chaotic. There's no way she knows what Courtney was doing. So, yes, Stormy, she was in the car. I just don't know the relation. if she has any relation to the people that were in the car, or if she was a friend, if she was, I don't know who she is, if she's like Courtney's half sister, because that I think the mom had 7 kids with several different people. So that's on that I'm not sure of. His glasses threw me today. I was like, we've not seen that one. We've not seen that look. I'm just glad her attorney asked questions. He's not asked a lot. And that last witness did confirm that her mom had to get out to let Chris out of the car to run away because of the child locks.
Slide on up to the microphone, Miss Hannah. Just raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you shall present in the matter now pending before this jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name.
Julia Hannah?
Last name spelled H-A-N-N-A-H.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention back to October of 2017.
Thank you, Stone.
Where were you employed at that time?
Chevron on Highway 36 in Covington.
And is there another major road there at the Chevron 36 intersects with which other road?
213?
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 125. Do you recognize what State's Exhibit number 125 depicts?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that depict?
That's the store I work at.
Okay, is that the Chevron station?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fairly and accurately depict the store?
Yeah.
Okay, Your Honor, tender State's Exhibit number 125 into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
I'm going to show you Miss Hannah, the exhibit that I just showed you up in person on the screen, okay? You should have a screen there.
Oh,
On October the 8th of 2017, well, actually, let me back up. On the 7th of 2017, did you see Christopher McNabb and Cortney Bell?
that was on the Saturday night?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Yes, ma'am.
where'd you see him at?
They came in the store, the
Okay.
Chevron.
And what did they come into the store to do?
They came in to purchase something, and I didn't know them.
Okay.
And my boss told me who they were, and then the guy was talking, and he said his baby had been kidnapped. If we see anybody come in the store with a baby that don't look like the stairs, please call 911, because somebody had kidnapped his baby.
Okay. Now, this person that said that, was he in any way recognizable? Was there anything distinguishable about him?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
The tattoos all over his face.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is he at?
Sitting right there.
Okay. And the following day, did you see Mr. McNabb in the store? On the 8th?
That's on Sunday. It was late in the afternoon. It was dark.
Answer my question, yes or
Yes.
no? Okay, thank you. I have to direct you through this testimony. You said it was dark, you came into the store, is that
Yes.
fair? Okay, what happened when you saw him in the store on that day?
He was real wet and nasty. I don't mean nasty, nasty. He was just, we'd been running through the woods or whatever, and he,
Did you know that he was being looked for at that time?
not at that moment.
Okay,
And when he came in, and he said, I've been running, and I said, why? And he goes, the cops are on my trail or on my heels or something. And he said, I got out of the car and ran. And I said, why? He said, that was my baby. And then it dawned on me, he's the guy from the night before. And then I remember what everybody was saying. And,
did you call 911?
yes, I did.
And did he say anything else to you in the store?
I laid the phone down, And then he started talking again, and he turned to walk out, and I picked the phone back up, and he turned around and come back in, and I put the phone down, and then he said, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I swear I didn't do it. I said, well, then you need to tell him. He said, y'all are going to be surprised. I said, I'm not going to be surprised, but if you didn't do it and you know who did, you need to tell it. And
Now, did he know you were calling 911?
no,
Can you describe how he was acting, what his behavior was like?
kind of hyper.
Okay. Did he buy something there?
I think he got a drink.
And after, was there anybody else in the store there with you after he came in when you first noticed him?
A customer.
And did you say anything to her?
I said, please don't leave me.
Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have for this witness.
Mr. Carter?
Hi, Miss Hannah.
Hi.
On October 7th, a Saturday, when they came in, Mr. McNabb was respectful. He didn't do anything weird, he didn't steal anything, anything like that, is that correct?
No, sir.
All right, they just made their purchase, and he told you to please be on the lookout for his baby. She was missing, and if somebody came in and it looked like they had a baby, would you please call the police?
He was talking to my boss, yes.
Okay. The next day when he came in, he was wet, he was hyper, and he told you I didn't do it. That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Frost?
No questions, thank you.
You may step down. Call your next witness.
State calls Catherine Wesley. May Miss Hannah be excused, Judge?
No objection.
No objection.
You may excuse from any further attendance on the court.
Ms. Wesley, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this jury today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Thank you. Please state your full name.
Catherine Wesley.
Ms. Wesley, I'm going to draw your attention back to October the 8th of 2017. Did you have the occasion to be in the Chevron station at Highway 36 and 213?
Yes,
You can see on the screen there, I've got what's been tendered into evidence as State's Exhibit Number 125. Do you recognize that?
yes,
Is that the store that you were in on that evening?
yes.
Do you frequent that store?
Yes.
Okay. On that particular day, what were you doing there at the store? What was the purpose?
I was buying candy for my kids.
Okay. And did you have the occasion to have contact with Christopher McNabb on that day?
Yes, I saw him in the store.
Okay. And can you tell the members of the jury how he appeared to you?
Well, when he first came in, I didn't know who he was at first. To Miss Julie, she told me me and Miss Deborah not to leave because she was scared. And then, so he came up to the counter and he was asking her, do you remember me? And she said, no, I don't remember you. But she was telling us that he had came in before. And so he said, I'm telling everybody in the store that I didn't do it. He said, I've been in the woods for 2 days. He had a lot of cocoa bugs and stuff on his back.
He had a lot of what on his back?
I call them cocoa bugs when you be in the grass,
Okay. Like those little
sticky things.
sticky things that kind of hitchhike on your clothes after you're through the brush?
Yes, I call them cocoa bugs.
Okay.
So,
I thought she was talking about burrs, not anything alive.
Describe what his demeanor was like when he was saying, I'm going to tell everybody in the store I didn't do it.
He was kind of upset when he was saying it.
Did he exit the store?
Yes, he exited the store after he said what he said.
Did you follow or did you go out to see where he went?
No, ma'am.
Do you know which way he turned?
To the left.
Did he ever ask for either of you to notify the police that he was there?
No, Miss Julie, when she seen him walk in the store, that's when she called 911.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for the witness, Judge.
Mr. Carter?
Hi, Ms. Wesley.
Hey,
Mr. McNabb, he didn't threaten you or anything like that, did he?
No, sir.
He was upset. Was he crying a little bit?
I don't know if he was crying because it was raining that day. He was wet, so I don't know.
And he said, "I want everybody here to know
Armin?
I didn't do it."
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Frost?
Ms. Wesley, did you find anything odd about him being in that store and just making the random declaration that he didn't do it?
Objection, Your Honor, is the relevance as to how she feels about the declaration.
Okay. Any other questions? You may step down.
Thank you.
You may call
I
your-
know you did, Carmen. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You might not be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
You're excused from any further attendance on the court.
I appreciate it, Carmen, but don't do any more.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this court today, before this jury, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Please state your name, sir.
Kenneth Kent,
What is your rank,
Corporal,
and where are you employed?
Newton County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been employed at the sheriff's office here in this county?
21 years.
All right. I'm going to draw your attention back to October of 2017. What was your assignment at the sheriff's office at that time?
I was a supervisor in the Uniform Patrol Division on
Now-
day watch.
Specifically on October the 7th of 2017, did you respond, along with other deputies from the Sheriff's Department, to the Eagle Mobile Home Park in the late morning hours?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the nature of that call?
It was in reference to a missing child.
And when you arrived at the location there in the trailer park, what did you do?
I arrived after several other deputies have already arrived on location. Once I arrived on location, I was advised of a green car that had left the area that was possibly involved in the incident.
Okay. And did you go to look for the green car?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And was there any luck in finding the green car?
No, ma'am. No, no.
Okay. Do you know where that green car was supposed to, who it was supposed to belong to, or where it was supposed to be coming from?
It was supposed to be coming from the apartment complex adjacent to the mobile home park.
Okay. Now, were both parents on location when you arrived?
No, ma'am.
Who was present?
Miss Bell?
Did you enter the trailer?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have contact with her about what she described had happened and how her child was missing?
Yes, ma'am. Initially, when I walked in, I asked her, could I come in and search through the residence to, because my concern was to do as many searches as possible in the residence to make sure the child wasn't still in the residence.
And did Mr. McNabb, the father of the child, ever arrive on location while you were there?
He did after, I don't know how long it was, but it was a good little while after I'd been there before he arrived.
Were deputies asking Ms. Bell where he was?
Yes, ma'am.
When you went in the trailer to search, how did you assist in trying to locate baby Caliyah?
Actually, I went into the trailer and I started off in the kitchen area, looking through any places that a small child could be, whether it be refrigerators, stoves, cabinets, trash cans, everything.
Which was
Went through the
awful to
kitchen,
watch.
The living room, and started down the hallway.
Now, on October the 8th of 2017, did you have the occasion to respond back to the wooded area in between the Eagle Point Mobile Home Park and Henderson Mill Road?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And why were you going out there? What was the nature of that call?
Initially received a actual phone call from our dispatch center saying there was a group of people that was out in the area of Henderson Mill Road and between the trailer park and Henderson Mill Road, that they was out there actually looking for the missing child. I was told by dispatch they had located some suspicious items in the wood line and would like for us to come out and look at it.
Now, were you aware prior to dispatch calling you that there were citizens here in the community that had organized to look for this child?
No, ma'am.
And when you went out there, did you find a crowd of folks?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the members of the jury where you went and what was pointed out to you?
Well, went down Henderson Mill Road and I located a group of people and I stopped. And there was a power line easement that runs from Henderson Mill Road back towards the mobile home park. I got out with them, and that's when, I'm not sure what the lady's name is, but she pointed it out to me where a camouflage jacket was located just inside the wood line off the power line easement.
And what was there besides the camouflage jacket, if anything?
Camouflage jacket, a smoking device, I call it a bong, and a wallet.
Okay. Now, did you stand by at that location for Investigator Kitchens to come to the scene?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And shortly after you had been pointed in this direction of where the camouflage jacket and the other items were, did you learn that something else had been discovered by some of the searchers there in the wood line?
Yes, ma'am. I was approached by two younger kids, come up to us and said that they had found another suspicious package in the woods and would like for us to come look at it.
And what did you do?
I asked Sergeant Dickerson if he would go down to the wood line, if he would go, because he was standing there with me. I asked him if he would go down there with them to see what was going on at that point.
And once the discovery was made that this other, what you call package or bag, contained an infant child, was the crime scene secured?
Yes, ma'am.
And were all of the searchers moved back out of the perimeter and as well as the media?
Yes, ma'am.
Was
Everybody,
there media present there?
yes, ma'am. They had pulled up shortly after we discovered the child.
Okay. Now, later on that day, that was on the 8th, did you learn that Mr. McNabb had jumped out of a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you and other deputies in the county actively looking for Mr. McNabb in the area of Highway 36?
Other deputies were at the time, because I was still involved, at the crime scene, keeping it secure. So other deputies were involved. As the evening progressed, there was other things supervisory-wise I had to go take care of. So I wasn't involved in the main part of it until we received a suspicious call at the Highway 36 Chevron.
And when you say Highway 36 Chevron, what other road is located there?
213, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I've got it actually on State's Exhibit number 125. Is that the Chevron station you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a screen right there in front of you, so you don't have to
Oh, okay.
get a crick in your neck. Now, where did you go when you learned that there was a suspicious call regarding this Chevron station?
I went directly to the Chevron station.
Where did you go first?
Well, actually, I pulled into the Chevron, and as I was pulling in, dispatch said that the suspect had left the Chevron going back towards 213. So I drove across the parking lot back towards the car wash, which would be on this side of the store.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 126. 127 and 128. Do you recognize what State's 126 is?
Yes, ma'am.
What about 127
Yes, ma'am.
and 128?
Yes, ma'am.
What do those generally depict?
The Chevron station at 36 213, and that's the car wash that's adjacent to it.
Okay. And what about State's Exhibit number 127?
That's the car wash.
All right, and State's Exhibit number 128?
That is the automated car wash on the back side of the car wash.
Okay, and do those all fairly and accurately depict the car wash and the Chevron station there at 213 and 36?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd offer States 126 and through 128 into evidence.
Yeah, all admitted without objection.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 126, Corporal Kent, and if you can, tell the members of the jury where you went after first going to the Chevron station. You can draw on the screen with your finger.
Oh, okay. The main entrance is back over in this area, and this is where I entered into the parking lot. And at the time of arrival, they told me that the suspect then went back towards the car wash. So I drove here in front of the car wash, and just on the right side of the car wash.
Not sure if we'll see this or not. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
People had gathered.
Okay, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 127, because you just mentioned that they told you that he had gone to the car wash. Who is the they that you're referring to?
Dispatch, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Dispatch
And then-
had told me that he had went towards the car wash.
Okay, and so where were the group of people gathered, if you can show us on this photograph, 127?
On this side, but more towards the back side of the car wash.
Okay. Were you on foot or in your patrol vehicle at this time?
I was doing my patrol vehicle. When I pulled up with a group of people, they pointed, I'll draw this way. They pointed back towards this way, of the car wash, and said that he ran back towards that wood line.
Okay. And did you get out of your patrol vehicle, or were you driving at that time?
Well, actually, since they said he went this way, I actually took my patrol vehicle and pulled all the way, down here on this back side of the car wash, and that's where I actually stopped at. And that's when I got out of my car.
Okay, and did you, see Mr. McNabb?
No, ma'am, not at the time.
Okay. Where did you end up seeing him?
Well, as I got out my car is when I heard the group of people, and they was yelling at something, you know, like, I don't remember exactly what was said, but they was yelling something. And when I turned around and looked, the group of people, they seemed to be like angry, so I went back that way. And as I come back up to the car wash, on that one picture you showed me right behind the automated car wash.
That states 128?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Right here is where I spotted the suspect at.
Okay, and what are we looking at in 128, just to give us an idea?
That's the backside of the automated car wash. So this piece right here was, like if your car was in there, that's the piece that moves back and forth. And then, and of course, this right here is the wall.
So did he appear to be hiding in that spot to you?
Yes, ma'am. He appeared to be concealing himself.
Did he have anything in his hands, do you recall?
No, ma'am.
What did you order him to do?
I ordered him straight to the ground.
And did he comply?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he handcuffed?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at this point in time, did he have a warrant out for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that warrant any sort of charge, criminal charge in connection with this case? Like
No,
a
ma'am.
murder warrant?
No, ma'am.
Was that warrant just in reference to another matter of probation violation?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you explain that to him?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you put him in the back of your patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you take him next?
Straight to the Newton County Sheriff's Office to the interview rooms.
Did you have other deputies that were accompanying you behind your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what were some of your
Good morning,
concerns
Adair.
with transporting Mr. McNabb?
Concerns was the general public, because we had a large group of general public that was gathering at the convenience store. And then also media. We had a large group of media that was out. So my main concern was to get him out of the area, get to the sheriff's office, and secure everything.
And were you concerned about his protection as well?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you advise him in the vehicle not to say anything at all, and that he was not under any sort of arrest for the murder of his child at that point?
I didn't specifically say anything about the murder part. I just told him that he was under arrest for a probation violation, and he just needed to keep quiet and not say anything.
Once you got to the law enforcement center, did you take him into the sheriff's office to be interviewed by investigator Jeff Alexander?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe what his physical appearance looked like on that time, at that time?
Yes, and thank
soaking
you.
wet. He was wet from head to toe.
And did he appear that he had been in the wooded area at all?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not me. I'm not frozen, but they sure are. Yeah. They're still going. You know, if you don't already, oh, there we go. Never mind. I'll tell you at the break.
Kent, step down.
You may, turn and move around as needed.
If you could, Corporal Kent, just step down for a moment. I would like for you to. Oh, I need my little. I would like for you, if you could, to tell us what we're looking at here. Do you recognize this map?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you turn kind of with your back to Ms. Yeager so that the jury can see what you're saying as best as possible? It's kind of a tight spot here. Okay, what intersection is this up here at the top of Stacy exhibit number 88?
Up here will be 36 in the bypass.
Okay, and can you tell members of the jury again, what are some of the popular locations that they might recognize at that intersection?
Your McDonald's, your CVS, of course, Marathon, the Shell Station, the Duke Federal Bank is right here on the wall.
Okay, and down here at the bottom, can you tell us what this intersection is here?
Yes, ma'am. That's Highway 36 and County Road 213.
Okay, and where did you learn that Mr. McNabb had jumped out of the car?
I initially was learning he jumped out here at the 36 bypass, running towards the Big Federal Bank.
And this is the location where you arrested him?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have from this witness.
Carr,
So true. So true. They do not mix well. It's like you have to not know anything about it to be an attorney or a judge.
Mr. Carter, and get this out of the way.
So I guess I could be an attorney or a judge because I don't really know anything about them either. I turn them on.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just have a couple of questions for you. You were one of the first people to respond on October 7th, once the 911 call was made that the child was missing, right?
That's correct.
You, Corporal Walden, Deputy Hicks, and I guess training deputy or Deputy James were. The
Hey,
first
Ronnie,
4
thanks for
people
joining
there.
us.
I
Thank you
believe
for
that's- I
inviting
believe so.
her, Adair.
And
They appreciate
Christopher
it.
McNabb was not there at the time that you arrived initially, but he showed up a little bit later.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you were able to speak with Cortney Bell right there on the scene just a few minutes after she had called 911. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, she told you that the last time she had seen Caliyah alive was sometime between 3 and 5 o'clock when they got up to feed her.
When Mr. McNabb got up to feed her, yes,
Right.
sir.
And that she had fallen asleep, and the next thing she knew was about 10:30, her older child, Clarissa, had waken them up saying that Sissy was missing. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Then, when Mr. McNabb arrived, you spoke with him separately, correct?
No, sir, I believe Ms. Bell was still in the residence when I talked to him also.
Okay. And when you spoke to Mr. McNabb, he told you the last time that he had fed Caliyah was sometime between 3 and 5 that morning.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And that at about 9:30 a.m. that morning, he had received a text from his dad letting him know he had received some money.
That's correct.
At that point, he said he got up, checked on the girls, they were okay at 9:30, and he laid back down on the couch and went to sleep.
Yes, sir.
And he relayed that sometime around a little bit before 10:30, Clarissa, the 2-year-old, had waken them up and told them that Sissy was missing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, I don't think she said she was missing, but she kept saying, like, sissy, sissy, like
Right.
something was wrong.
Sissy gone, Sissy.
Something like
Sissy.
that,
Okay,
yes, sir.
and she was upset.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Because I figured out that makes a difference.
When you responded to the Chevron station, after initially being behind the little bar that we saw, once Mr. McNabb knew that you were there and that you were law enforcement and you told him to get on the ground, he did so immediately, right?
That's correct, sir.
You told him, you were able to handcuff him easily, just within a matter of seconds. Is that
Another deputy was, yes, sir.
right? And he didn't fight with you, didn't resist at all.
No, sir.
He got in your car, and due to the factors that you mentioned earlier, you went directly to the law enforcement center, the sheriff's office.
That's correct.
While he was in the car, Mr. McNabb kept trying to tell you he didn't do anything. He didn't do it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But you told him not to talk to you then, and that the officers would talk to him when he got to the station.
That's correct.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Frost?
Corporal Cannon, just one question. Approximately how far is it in miles or feet or whatever it is from where Mr. McNabb jumped out to where you apprehended him? Just
I'd say approximately 1.5 2 miles.
mile and a half, 2 miles. Very good, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Song?
It was very short.
Further, Judge.
You may step down. Any reason why he might not be excused?
No.
You excuse me further attendance on the court. Call your next witness.
State calls Craig Weatherford.
They are flying through these witnesses. I will give them credit for that. Especially having the state and 2 defense attorneys. Except they don't get to the stand very quickly.
You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You can put your hand down and if you'll slide up close to that microphone. In Can you state your name for the record?
Gerald Craig Weatherford.
Okay, and Mr. Rutherford, I don't mean to embarrass you, but why did you come from the back today?
I'm locked up for probation violation and possession of marijuana.
And do you know Cortney Bell?
Yes, ma'am. That's my first cousin.
Do you know Christopher McNabb?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
How do you know
And
him?
they look alike.
He's the father of two. He was with Cortney Bell.
And did you know them back on October 6, 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see them on that date?
That was the morning after, right? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That was the morning after.
Okay, Caliyah went missing on October 7th. Did you see them the day before that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And when did you,
Maybe.
where did you see them at?
At their trailer off Highway 36.
Do you know what time of day that
It
was?
was around 8 o'clock, ma'am.
And why
Morning or night?
It was night, sir. Sorry.
did you go over there?
Courtney gave me a call, and I went over there, and we did drugs together.
Where had you been just right before that?
At the apartment complex at my mother-in-law, Misty Davis's apartment with my fiance Diane and the children.
Okay, does Missy also go by Melissa?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That's who he looks like, not Courtney.
What did you do once, to Courtney Chris's trailer, what did you do once you got down there?
Oh, we all smoked a bowl. We smoked meth. Yes, ma'am.
How long do you think that you stayed there?
I was there maybe not even 15 minutes at the top.
Did you see Caliyah or Clarissa that night?
Yes, ma'am. I didn't see Clarissa. I saw Caliyah.
Okay, and where was she when you saw her?
She was in the back bedroom in a bassinet.
Okay, and was she okay?
Yes, ma'am. She looked fine. She was sleeping good.
Did anything else happen while you were there?
I went to see the baby. It was the first time going over there in a good while. First time since the baby was born. And I seen the baby, and I was looking at the baby, and they come back there, and they was being loud, and I was like, y'all be quiet, and that was it. And I left, and that was it.
Exactly.
And what happened the next day?
The next day, I got a call. I don't remember if it was me or my fiance that answered the phone, but it was a call saying that the baby was missing. The call came from my grandmother or either my mother. I'm not sure. It was kind of crazy at that time.
Okay, and around this time, were you also using drugs at this time?
I just woke up that morning,
Okay.
so I wasn't high at the moment, but I had drugs in my system.
Okay.
From the night
What
before
did
when
you
he
do
went to see the
after you received
baby.
that call?
On the way over there, well, I didn't do it. On the way, me and my fiance went over there. I think we even took the kids with us. And as soon as I got there, I spoke to police in the trailer park. And
Were Courtney and Chris there when you arrived?
no, ma'am, they was being questioned at the Newton County Sheriff's Department.
Okay. And what did you do once you got over there, found out what was going on? What did you do?
I made a post on Facebook. That's how I advertised for work at the time. Made a post on Facebook with a picture of the baby, trying to get information of what, because I was thought at the time that, I was led to believe that somebody took the baby. So I was trying to get somebody to come forth with information, and I called Channel 2, Fox 5, got them out there.
Okay. Did you do anything to search on that day?
No, ma'am, they wouldn't let us search. They wouldn't let us search in the woods or anything. They said that it was like a crime scene, could nobody go out there and look or anything.
Did you later see Chris and Courtney at all that day?
Thank you,
Yes,
Hamilton.
they, actually, Courtney and Chris, they went
I'm
with
horrible
me
at
and my
that.
fiance and 5 kids back to my house that night.
Did you first meet up with them at their trailer?
Yes, ma'am, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And was the news there at that time?
I think they might have been. I think they might have been there before Courtney and Chris got back.
Okay. And do you remember Chris at all ever going to speak with the news?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Yes, ma'am.
And did you see sort of what he said to the news that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where were you standing in relation to where he was?
I was on the porch, ma'am.
Okay. And how far away from the porch was he standing?
I guess it would be about 40 feet,
Okay.
about 40, 50 feet.
approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 70. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am, you showed it to me already.
Okay, so we've reviewed this video.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you reviewed it, was a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw Chris say to the news that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, I attend State's
This ought to be
Exhibit 70
interesting.
at this time.
Mr. Carter?
Your Honor, I do object based on relevance. This is something that, Mr. McNabb, a statement Mr. McNabb made to reporters at the time in an effort to get his child back. So I object based on relevance.
Objection overruled.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And the judge didn't even think about it. He was like, nope. While they load that up, I'll give him credit. Yes, he did drugs. Yes, he did bad things. He went over there to see a baby that he said, well, I hadn't been over there in a while. The baby was only 15 days old. That's all she survived. But he did at least was active. He couldn't search, but he called the news. He was getting people out there. He was trying to do something. He apparently really believed that somebody took the baby. And I have it. Hang on, gotta grab it. Stormy, I was thinking the same thing. Did anybody ask Clarissa if she saw who took the baby? Because with the story we had that he gave the deputy, he was the only one up, not her, not Cortney. And then then Clarissa wakes him up. Did she see anything? We haven't heard anything like that yet. And I guess she was only 2 at the time, so I don't know if they would even ask her. I'm surely they did. And how much weight it would be given in court. But yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Did they ask that question? All right, let me go back over here. Now we'll watch this video. Did you make enough chicken cutlets for everyone, Gabrielle?
I've never been in a jury trial where they were able to work their equipment. Never. Doesn't matter how many times they try to compare and try to go over it, they're gremlins apparently.
And we've never watched one where you've been able to do it either, Judge.
It's ready to play on the state's laptop, Judge. It's just not coming up on the. Okay.
But I want my kid back, man. That's my child, man. I want my kid, man.
Craig, where were you standing, I guess, in relation to him, if we saw him in front of the camera? Where
Yes,
were you?
ma'am. I was behind him on the porch, ma'am.
Okay, and after that, what did y'all do? I believe earlier you said that they came to stay with you at.
Yes, ma'am, they did. They
Okay.
did.
And where was y'all's house located?
On Alcovey Road,
Okay. And who all came over to your house?
Courtney and Chris, and
Okay.
my fiance and children, you know.
Did they have Clarissa at that time?
No, ma'am. Clarissa was with her grandfather.
What happened once y'all got to
No
your house?
kidding.
we sat out on the porch and we was trying to figure, me and Diane, my fiance, was trying to figure out, you know, what happened. We was trying to figure out who's been over there, like who's been coming over there to hang out and everything. And we was trying to get them to make a list, you know, trying to get them to come up with people who's been over there. And cause we was gonna go, pretty much we was trying to go look for the baby. And I mean, they didn't give us but a couple names. We went to a couple people's houses, and
So after they gave you a couple names, who all went to check those people's houses?
Missy, Melissa watched our kids, and me, and my fiance, and Courtney and Chris.
Okay, and your fiance is Diane?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so all four of you went to, do you know whose houses y'all went to?
It was some house in Meadowbrook Trailer Park. I don't know the people. We spoke to them
We're fine.
because they was somehow with Matt Lester, or one of the people that they said. I'm not sure. We went and we talked to another place off 36. I don't know the address. I don't even know the people.
And did Chris or Courtney say anything that night while y'all were searching or while you were at your house?
They said a lot of things, but I didn't.
Did they want to go search that night? Did they actually want to search for their babies rather than talking?
Didn't seem like it. Didn't seem like it, but I guess it was, you know.
Okay, and did Chris say anything about not wanting to search where they've already been looking?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you eventually, after y'all went and talked to these people, did y'all come back home?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay, and what happened after that?
I went to bed. Me and the wife went to bed. Put the kids to bed. Well, the kids were already in bed. Melissa had kids, so me and Diane went to bed. I don't know.
And the next morning when y'all woke up, what happened then?
I went to Jersey. I drove up to the store and got me a cup of coffee. I come back and Chris and Courtney was up by then moving around, and they wanted a cup of coffee. So we went up there and got a cup of coffee, and on the way up there, I was really trying to get them away at the time because I had a bad feeling when I woke up that morning. And on the way up there, I don't remember what I said, but I was insinuating that, you know, pretty much I wasn't trying to say it like that 'cause I wasn't trying to start nothing, but I had to get away from them. We had to take them somewhere to do something. Chris was my best friend at times, and me and him was close. And he told me, he was like, Craig, I can't believe out of anybody you would think I killed the baby.
Was there any reason for you to believe at that time the baby was not alive?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I just had woke up with an eerie feeling.
And what happened after he said that? What did you do?
We continued to go to the store and got a cup of coffee. And we came back to my house. I got Diane up. I went in there and told her that, you know, we got to get ready. We got to go. We got to, you know, because we were supposed to go to meet up with the search party that morning anyway.
Did y'all meet up with a search party?
Yes, ma'am. Me and Diane did. We dropped them off.
When you say you dropped them off, who are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry, Courtney and Chris, ma'am.
Okay, where did you drop them off at?
We dropped them off at Pam Hamby's, where she was staying at, where Courtney's mother was staying at.
Okay, why did you drop them off there?
Courtney was having a hard time. She wanted to get high. So, yes, ma'am.
You and your fiance Diane were going to search for the baby, but Courtney and Chris
They-
did not want to do that.
They wanted to come. They was gonna come, but Courtney wanted to stop at Pam's and get high.
Did you said you and Diane actually went out and searched for the baby?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
when
ma'am.
you were out there searching, what happened while you were out there?
I got a call from I don't remember who it was, my daddy or somebody, and I got a call that said we found the baby's body, and I think I called Courtney right after, and I was like, they found the baby. I don't even remember what she said, and I hung up, and I just took off running towards the trailer park. I don't even know why I was running, but I just took off running towards the trailer park.
So you just stated that they simply found the baby. Did you say whether or not the baby was dead or alive at that time?
I think she asked me, I don't remember what was that exactly said, so I can't say it, and I don't know, but I'm not quite sure.
Okay, and you said you took off running to the trailer park. What did you do once you got to the trailer park?
I was running, okay, cause I got to thinking about it the other day, but I took off running because I was taking off running because I got caught, he jumped out the car or something. So I took off running like I was gonna do something. I mean, I don't know.
But you took off running back to
The trailer
the
park.
trailer park.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do once you got there?
I got down, there was a lot of people there. I don't quite remember, but I remember, Diane, she come up behind me, and then eventually Cortney, within a few minutes, Cortney arrived.
Do you know who Cortney got there with?
Yes, ma'am, it was Pam and, I forgot the girl's name, but they call her Flo.
Lauren Mackey.
Yes, ma'am, that is Lauren Mackey, yes, ma'am.
And once Courtney got there, what did you do?
Courtney didn't want to be, I was trying to comfort Courtney, Courtney's crying, she's upset.
Were you and Courtney also close at this time?
We used to be a lot closer, but we were still close, yes, ma'am.
And was Courtney eventually taken to the sheriff's office for an interview?
Yes, ma'am, and I went with her,
You went with her to that interview?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what happened after that?
I sat there for a little bit, I went to the store and got something to drink, and I come back, and, I don't remember what we did after that. Maybe we went to the house, I'm not sure.
Did Courtney stay with you for a little bit of time
Yes, ma'am,
afterwards?
yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further.
Florida?
Good morning, Mr. Weatherford.
Morning, sir.
How are you today?
Could be better.
October 6th, which would be the Friday before Caliyah went missing, you went over to Chris and Courtney's trailer. You said you stayed there for a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
You were able to see Caliyah.
Right, sir.
You said you didn't see Clarissa. Is that
With Tim Bell.
okay? Clarissa. So Clarissa wasn't there on the night, that Friday night.
Not that I know of, no, sir.
And you went into the bedroom back where Caliyah's sleeper was,
Yes, sir.
and Clarissa wasn't there at the time.
No, sir.
You noted that Caliyah looked fine.
Yes, sir.
She was sleeping.
Yes, sir.
Like a baby.
Yes, sir.
There was no tension between Chris and Courtney or anything, right?
No, sir.
There was no tension between Chris and the baby.
No.
No tension between Courtney and
He
the
was a
baby.
happy father, yes, sir. And
And you saw Chris with Caliyah while she was alive. Is that right?
that was the first time I was around them two together, yes, sir.
And Chris, to you, appeared to be very proud and happy to have Caliyah.
Yes, sir.
The next time you went back out to the trailer the next morning, when you heard that Caliyah was missing,
Yes, sir.
and you basically stayed there until Courtney and Chris got back from the sheriff's department.
Yes.
And a female deputy drove them back to the trailer. Do you recall that?
I'm not sure about that, sir. I just remember them showing up.
Okay. Do you recall that a deputy drove them?
No, I really don't, sir.
Did they show up together?
Yeah, yeah, yes, sir.
And from that point until the time that you dropped them off with Pam Hamby the next day, they were with you constantly, correct?
Yes, sir.
So from the time they got back from the sheriff's department, you you stayed there maybe for a little while. You eventually spent the night at your house.
Yes, sir, they did.
You left your kids with Melissa.
Yes, sir.
Melissa Davis, Misty Davis, and you went looking around a little bit to see if anybody knew about Caliyah. Is that right?
Yes, we all did, sir.
Okay. Now, before you left the trailer, do you recall Chris being emotional and punching the wall?
I remember them talking about that. I I don't remember that, sir.
Okay. Was there any period of time that you know of between that time that they showed back up at the trailer until you dropped them off at Pam Hamby's house where where Chris or Courtney were alone by themselves for any period of time?
No, it wasn't, sir.
Okay. They were with you till pretty late that night, out talking to people, trying to look for Caliyah.
Yes, sir, very late.
And then you came back, you went to bed. When you woke up, they were still there.
They was sleeping.
In the WSB video, that's only a couple of seconds of sound, is that right?
Yes, sir.
The actual context of it, there's a longer video, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
That's
I've
not,
seen it.
he didn't just walk up to a camera, yell that, and walk away, is that right?
Well, it's not his fault what they played.
There wasn't no talking before that, sir. It was basically it. There was no talk. He walked up to the camera and he said maybe a few words other than that. But basically, yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Then the next day, you were out searching for Caliyah. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Where were you?
I was across the street with Diane, my fiance, and a family that I met out there.
Okay, across which street?
Across 36, sir, across from the trailer park.
Okay. And there's another trailer park over across the street, is that right?
Yes, there is.
The name of it's not coming to me, but it's maybe High Point?
Not even sure, but that might be
That's
right.
Something like that.
appropriate.
All right, so you were over in that general area searching.
Well, I was directly across the street
Okay.
from the trailer, really directly across the street from 36. So I wasn't over that far.
Okay. And your dad was actually searching on the other side.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that it was your dad who probably called you and said that they had found the body?
It could be right, sir, but I can't say for sure. I really can't.
You said earlier, you testified earlier that whenever the person called you, they said they had found her body, right?
Right.
You didn't say they said they found her. You said
Right.
they found her body. So you knew at that time that Caliyah had died.
I asked, or no, it was the way that he said it, or whoever said it, and made me, I took it as, the baby it wasn't good,
Okay. Whatever he said led you to believe that Caliyah was deceased.
Yes, sir.
And then you immediately called Courtney.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible you texted her?
It was so traumatizing at the time. I mean, really, I don't know if I called her. I thought I called her, but I could have texted her. I really possibly could have.
Okay. When you called Courtney or texted her, either one, at that point, you were aware that, at least the report you had was that Caliyah was deceased.
Right.
And you probably relayed that information to Courtney, is that
Right.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you said at some point the morning of the 8th, you were just feeling weird about being with Chris and Courtney. You thought, you just felt weird.
Just had a bad feeling, yes, sir.
Okay. And you said, Chris said, I can't believe you would think I killed my child. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, that was in direct response to you basically saying, did you do something with her? Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
You basically said, did you do something with her? Did you kill her?
Basically.
And he
Basically.
said, I can't believe you'd even think that I would do something like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it wasn't just out of the blue. He didn't just say, I can't believe you think that. You asked him, did you kill your child? And he said, no, I didn't, and I can't believe that you would believe
I
that.
didn't say, did you kill your child? I was insinuating that somebody did something,
All right. And he said, and his answer was in response to your question.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
After you left their trailer on October 6th, where'd you go after that?
Me and my fiance went home. Yes, sir.
Did you ever go back to the trailer that night?
No, sir.
Did you ever go back to the trailer that morning?
The next day, after it happened,
Prior to 10:30, did you go to the house?
the night,
On
the
October-
Friday?
On October 7th.
No, sir. No, sir.
Who was with you during that period of time?
My fiance and my 5 children.
What time did you wake up, do you recall?
When we got the call. When we got the call the next day.
And you smoked methamphetamine with Chris and Courtney on that prior Friday, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Does methamphetamine make you do things you wouldn't ordinarily do?
I
Yes,
would
sir.
think
I
so.
would say yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's all I have to.
Frost?
This text or call, whichever it is, Mr. Carter asked you if you had conveyed to my client in that text or phone call that Caliyah was no longer alive. And your answer was, you thought so?
The way I, could you read?
My question is, are you certain? You kind of seemed like you weren't real sure when Mr. Carter asked you if you had conveyed to my client, Courtney, that Caliyah was no longer alive, in your estimation, from whatever source you had.
The way I took it, yeah,
So that was what you got from the source that you had, correct?
right.
All right. And when you conveyed the news via whatever method to Courtney, you didn't seem certain that you let her know to an exact degree.
Oh, I let her know.
You did?
Yeah.
You're positive?
Yeah, I'm positive. I don't remember what exactly was said, but I know for a fact that she understood what I was saying. You know, whatever the way I said it, she understood what I was saying. Because she broke down at the time. She broke down.
Well, isn't it possible that she would have broken down just out of perhaps even joy that there might be hope that Caliyah was found? Like, oh, thank God they found the baby. You were
Not sure, sir. I'm not sure. I
Okay,
really ain't.
because I mean, it's fair to say you were under the influence of drugs.
Oh, I had drugs in my system, but I had not smoked any methamphetamine that morning. The last time I smoked methamphetamine was the day before when I hit the bowl a few times. I was I had it in my system, but I was not currently high at that time.
All right, but safe to say you were a regular user.
No, sir.
You weren't.
No, sir.
All right, but you did have it in your system from
Yes.
probably less than 24 hours ago.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you admitted to Mr. Carter that it does affect you in ways, even makes you do things you wouldn't normally do.
Oh, of course. Yes, sir.
So it's fair to say that you might not be, you don't even know whether it's a text or a phone call,
Right.
correct?
That's
So what you told my client, you're sure it was definitely that Caliyah's been found, whether or not you said to any certainty or let her know that the child was no longer alive, you can't be certain.
I'm pretty certain.
Okay, well, a minute ago you said you weren't.
I'm certain that she understood what I was saying, sir.
How can you be certain that she understood anything, that you were saying? Did she confirm that for you? Yes, I
She
understand.
broke down crying, sir.
Okay, well, again, could there not have been other reasons like,
I guess there could be. Yes,
okay,
sir.
fair enough. My client she was going through some issues at that time, correct? That whole, I guess, since the birth of the baby, she'd had some issues going on between her and Chris. I mean, were you spending enough time with her to?
No, I didn't. No.
Okay. And you said that or I guess the drugs that either her and Chris or her and Chris and your fiance?
No, not my fiance.
Okay, her and Chris used they obtained those from Pam Hamby. Is that correct?
The drugs?
Yes.
Not that I know of, sir. Oh, you talking about the next day?
Yes.
No, I can't say that for sure. I can say that Courtney wanted to go over there to try to get high. I don't know if she was trying to get drugs from somebody or going to Pam's just to be able to use the drugs.
Is that a place where people often went to get drugs, to your knowledge?
No, sir, but I know Pam Hamby, and
What does that mean? You know,
Pam Hamby's the user, sir.
chronic,
Oh, yeah, yes, sir.
still to this day, as far as you know?
Yes,
Heavily?
as far as I know.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Weatherford.
Yes.
Ms. Stone?
Mr. Weatherford, how many kids do you have?
Me and Diane have 5 together.
Okay.
Wow.
Are you saying that some of those kids are just Diane's kids?
No, ma'am, I got 3 with my, well, they're mine. They're all, no, yes, ma'am.
They're all your
I'm their
children?
father, yes, ma'am.
Do you love those children?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you take care of those children?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Did you love your cousins? Or
Yes,
your
ma'am.
baby cousins, Clarissa and Caliyah?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you break into that house on October 8th or October 7th and take that child out of that house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you kill baby Caliyah?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Carter, Mr. Frost? You may step down, take him on back. Call your next witness.
Take him on back. Give him on back to the cell. Are we taking a break? You know, I've already been, excuse me, good grief. I've already had people ask me if I was from the South before, but if you don't already have one by the time we're done with this trial, you're all going to have some Southern drawl to you.
Witness?
And I guess I'll just have some more.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat. And will you state your name for the record?
David Jones,
And where are you employed?
Newton County Sheriff's Office.
And what were you working there back in January of 2017?
Yes, I was.
I guess back in October of 2017. I'm sorry, October of 2017, and then January of 2018.
Yes.
Oh, he's a happy
And what were
fella.
your duties with the Newton County Sheriff's Office at that time?
I was assigned to the warrant division.
And were you of assistance when Mr. McNabb was arrested back in October of 2017?
Yes, I was.
And was your assistance requested to help locate Cortney Bell in January of 2018?
Yes.
And were you aware at that time that the grand jury had indicted Ms. Bell?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to eventually arrest Cortney Bell?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you do that?
With the help of a confidential informant
And where was she arrested?
in Home Depot parking lot in Conyers.
And were any other agencies of help to you at that time?
Yes, Rockdale County and Conyers PD.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Carter? Mr. Frost?
No questions.
You may step down.
May I be excused, sir?
Yes, sir. You can do something else.
He serves you a warrant and makes you feel good that you got one because he's just so happy.
We're gonna take our break now. That's what this bench conference is about. It's about them wanting to have a break. So I'm gonna excuse y'all back to the jury room.
Sorry.
Don't discuss this case with each other. Come on back.
Bench did not sound like bench when he said that, so that was funny. I'm glad he said bench. Alrighty, let me find where we're going. Too much.
Currently assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division as a member of the Major Felony Unit and Special Victims Unit.
Okay, and what does that mean?
Investigating major felonies such as homicides, robberies, aggravated assaults, and also sexual crimes against special victims, children, that kind of thing.
How many years have you had in law enforcement, years of experience?
Years of experience in law enforcement is about 34 right now.
Okay. Now, I'm going to draw your attention back to October of 2017. Were you in the Criminal Investigative Division at that time?
There we go.
Were you on duty on that Saturday?
I was not.
Did you have the occasion to be notified that there was an investigation that was beginning or ongoing over at Eagle Point Mobile Home Park?
Yes, I received a text from Corporal Freeman, Investigator Freeman, stating that an infant had been kidnapped or missing, and he was asking for some assistance.
Did you respond to that location?
I did.
And was Corporal Freeman already there when you arrived?
He was.
Now, what was taking place in the scene when you arrived?
When I arrived, Corporal Freeman was kind of giving directions to other deputies as to searching the home and watching people. Our division commander, Captain Crum, was on scene at the time. It's my understanding that both Mr. McNabb and Ms. Bell were sitting inside the residence by the time I had gotten there.
Did you have any contact with either of them?
Eventually I did, yes.
Can you describe where that was?
Sure. A little preliminary, Corporal Freeman and I spoke, and we determined that the case was more than likely going to become a major felony case. So we advised that we got together and decided that I would go ahead and take the lead on the case. I asked him where were the parents, and he told me they were inside. I walked inside the trailer through the front door. Mr. McNabb was sitting on the couch, and Miss Bell was kind of standing in the living room area.
Did you do a lot of questioning at that point in time with either of them?
I didn't do any at that point, no.
Did you make a decision to have the two of them interview about the events that they were reporting had occurred in the hours before they called 911?
I did. When I initially made entrance into the trailer, Mr. McNabb recognized me from previous experiences together. And the only question I asked them both was to take me to where they last saw the child.
And did you go back to where that was?
I did.
And can you describe where that was inside of the trailer?
Sure. It was the very back bedroom, the master bedroom. The sleeper was still against the wall at that point. It was basically just under the window unit air conditioning in between the toddler bed and a stack of Rubbermaid totes and other things.
Did you photograph the sleeper there in
Yes.
the master bedroom?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 122 and 123. Do you recognize these exhibits?
I did.
And how do you recognize them?
These are copies of the photos that I took of the sleeper.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the location in Lot 31 where Mr. McNabb and Ms. Bell indicated baby Caliyah was last seen alive?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd offer State's Exhibit number 122 and 123 to evidence.
He's just submitted without objection.
Good morning, Brandon. I was muted because the dogs are howling.
May I publish, Judge?
Right.
All right, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 122. And could you tell us what we're looking at in State's 122, sir?
Yes, this is just a photograph of where Mr. McNabb told me the sleeper was located the last time that he saw Caliyah in the sleeper.
Now, it doesn't appear, as I zoom in on this exhibit, that the, I guess the covering is in the sleeper. Has
Right.
that been removed by the time you had arrived?
They had taken that and they were going to use that as the scent material for the tracking dog.
And what are these items that appear all here next to the sleeper?
It's just clothing, different articles of clothing, a couple of blankets I think were thrown in there.
These shoes and this person, I guess, who's standing there, who is that?
That's Mr. McNabb's foot.
And I'm again show you State's Exhibit number 123 this time and ask if you can identify what's depicted in State's 123.
Right, it's basically the same photo, just from a further vantage point away.
And again, is that Mr. McNabb depicted here in the photo, his hands and his, some of his clothing items?
It is.
It's not like any of this is graphic. They could show it.
Were Mr. McNabb and Ms. Bell separated as they were transported to the sheriff's office to be interviewed?
Yes, I had them both transported in different vehicles and put in different interview rooms.
Now, were you aware, you indicated earlier that the lining, it's been previously admitted in State's Exhibit number 63, that the lining had been removed out of that sleeper for the canine search, is that correct?
That's correct.
Where was this search taking place?
At that point, it's my understanding that the search had been taking place in the wooded area between the trailer park and Henderson Mill Road. The dog had started to track basically down that logging road, whatever, the power line road.
Were you made aware that Mr. McNabb had come from 36 after a period of time that investigators were there talking to Ms. Bell about her missing baby?
Yes.
Did you think it odd that Mr. McNabb left Lot 31 and went into the woods immediately to look for his child?
I thought it very odd, yes.
Would the sheriff's office have focused a search with a number of deputies and canines in those woods between the trailer park and Henderson Mill had Mr. McNabb not gone through those woods himself?
We would not have, no.
As an investigator with 34 years of law enforcement experience, have you worked such a case where a child is kidnapped from a trailer and found in the woods nearby?
Actually, this is the first of this type that I've worked.
When you brought them to the sheriff's office, first of all, who brought them to the sheriff's office?
I believe Deputy James transported Miss Bell, and I think Corporal Walden transported Mr. McNabb
And where were they placed at the sheriff's office?
in 2 separate interview rooms.
Did you interview each of the defendants?
I did.
At this point in time, were they in custody?
No,
Were they under arrest?
they were not.
Was it important to get information from the 2 people who had last seen baby Caliyah?
It was extremely important to get information as quickly as we could, yes.
Did you need to get information to establish a timeline as to where each of the parents were, where the little toddler Clarissa was, and where baby Caliyah was on the evening hours of October 6th into the morning hours of October the 7th?
Yes, that would have been the utmost important thing to get at that point.
Did you, nonetheless, even though the defendants were not in custody, did you advise them of their Miranda rights?
I did.
And did you use a form in order to do that?
I did. We have a generic Miranda rights waiver form that we always use at the sheriff's office. It's got our logo and everything on it. It's the same form that we use every time.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit Number 1, which has been previously admitted in a prior hearing into evidence. Can you show me, or tell me if you recognize State's 1?
I do.
What is that?
It is a Miranda rights waiver form that we used with Mr. McNabb on the 7th of October.
And what time do you have listed there?
I have 1320 hours, which is 1:20 in the afternoon.
Okay. And can you advise the members of the jury of what you advised Mr. McNabb in terms of what his rights were on that date?
Sure. The way I do it is I turn the form over to the defendant or the suspect or the subject that I'm interviewing, and I kind of read it upside down. I've done it so many times. It says, number 1, it says, I understand I have the following rights. Number 1, it says I have the right to remain silent, and then I stop and ask, do you understand that? And if they say yes, I just have them initial in a box beside it.
My guess, Hamilton, is she was probably crying, and I wouldn't stop. But that's a complete
I
guess.
have the right to talk with an attorney and have that person present while I'm being questioned. Again, initial. If I cannot afford to hire an attorney, one would be appointed by the courts to represent me before questioning. Same thing with the initials. And I can exercise my rights at any time and not answer any questions or make any statements. Those are the rights that we always read whoever we're questioning.
Okay. And did Mr. McNabb acknowledge all those rights with his initials?
He did.
Did Mr. McNabb sign the form indicating that he understood those rights and wished to speak with you about his missing daughter?
He did.
Your Honor, I know it's been previously admitted in a hearing, but I would tender State's Exhibit 1 again for the purposes of this trial.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Is the interview that you conducted with Mr. McNabb after he signed this form, was that something that was recorded?
It was.
And how is it recorded?
Both audio and video recording. We have an audio and video recording system in the sheriff's office. And I also always try to interview suspects or subjects or anybody with my pocket recorder also.
And did Mr. McNabb speak to you in that interview room for a period of time?
He did.
And after that recording was made, was it transcribed?
Yes, it was.
And you had the opportunity to listen to that recording of his interview?
I have.
All right.
Is that
Get
a
some
fair and accurate recording
interviews.
that you conducted with Mr. Alexander on the 7th day of October of 17.
Mr. McNabb, yes.
Okay? Oops, excuse me. Your Honor, I'd offer State's Exhibit number 78 in the evidence.
Submit without objection.
May I publish it, Judge?
You may, what number was it again?
That's 78. And I've got a copy, which would be 79, to tender for the record. May I approach the bench,
You
Judge?
may. Thank you.
You know, you guys get me in trouble with your chat, right? Because people think I'm laughing at this trial, which I'm not. I'm laughing at chat. If I'm smiling, it's not because I'm smiling because this little girl lost her life. I'm smiling because chat is funny. So, chill out. Not you, chat. There's people that I can't even smile.
Again, these instructions I gave you earlier about not reading ahead of time, you can pass them out. When you get these, because it's important what you hear, not what you're reading, so please don't read ahead and concentrate on viewing the video. Well, further, you charge you as follows. Any out-of-court statement made by one of the defendants on trial in this case after the alleged criminal act has ended may be considered only against the person who made the statement, and only if you find that such statement was freely and voluntarily made. If you find that an out-of-court statement was made to the police freely and voluntarily by a defendant on trial in this case, then you are to consider the statement only as against the particular defendant who made it. Is that clear to everybody? Let the record reflect they all assented. Now, you may proceed, Ms. Zahn.
I'm going to publish it, Judge.
All right. These should be interesting. Sometimes these are the things that can sway you if you one way or the other. I don't know that they've tied it to her. She didn't do it, but I think they're kind of tied it to him so far.
You want a cup of water or anything? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Hamilton. No, you guys are fine. I think people watching my reaction and thinking I'm laughing at this because I'm laughing at you guys.
Got some water, I see. You hang on a second, I'll be right back.
Investigator Alexander, who is that in the room already sitting with Mr. McNabb?
Yeah, that's Investigator Natasha Henderson. At this point, she had just been transferred to CID and she was basically being trained.
The CID again stands for?
Criminal Investigations Division, yes.
somebody doesn't get convicted just because they have tattoos, but I understand what you're saying.
All right. Chris, you know my name's Jeff Alexander. I live in
No doubt about it.
trailer I knew in the past, right? Say your name for me.
T-O-P-H-E-R.
Is your name?
Michael.
It's M-C-N-A-D-E?
Yes, sir.
Where's your birthday? Y'all, what's that lot number out there?
I don't know. I really ain't sure, but the number that we didn't have, she dropped the phone at Walmart the other day, and it broke, so she got a boost phone from her name.
Okay.
And I hadn't never,
What's her name?
Cortney Bell. It's P-O-O.
What her birthday is?
3/29/93.
And how long have y'all been together?
2013. Well, we broke up since 2014.
All right, we're gonna do some formality stuff, just like we see on TV, and I gotta do this, not that we're being charged with anything, we just gotta get information from you. Today is October the 7th, 2017, and it is 1:20. All right.
All right, if the audio sucks on this, it's not me. I have it all boosted because for me, it sounds like Boomhauer from King of the Hill. That's all I'm hearing. So I've got it as much as I possibly can.
All right, we're gonna go over this form here. Back quick. What this is one of our Miranda rights waiver form, correct? And this says, I understand I have the following rights. Number one says I have the right to remain silent. You understand that? All right, go ahead and put your initials in that box right there. Number two says, anything I say can and will be used against me in court of law. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Number three says I have the right to talk with an attorney and have that person present while I'm being questioned. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Number four says if I can afford to hire an attorney, one will be one will be appointed by the courts to represent me before any questions. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And number five says I can exercise my rights at any time and not make any statement or answer any questions. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And read that bottom line to me.
Having these rights of mine, I wish to speak with law enforcement. I have not been promised anything, nor have I been threatened, coerced, or forced in any way to make this statement.
You understand what all that means?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you feel like talking with us this afternoon?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you print your name in that first box there and sign right over here.
Why are they not showing it? It's not like anything's happening. It's just sitting there.
All right, one thing I am gonna ask you to do, Crystal, please pull that hood and hat off so I can see your face. There we go. You got a lot of tattoos, huh?
Yes, sir.
How long you had all the tattoos? Okay. Now, the reason we're here today is.
There we
got a
go.
report that you had a 15-day-old child, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what's her name?
Caliyah McNabb McNabb.
Spell it for me.
CALIYAHNOELLAH.
Okay. And what was her birthday?
9/23/17.
So she is right at 15 days old, right? Okay. I want you to take me through, Christopher, the last 24 hours of your life, so we can kind of get what's going on here.
Yesterday, when we woke up yesterday, we didn't have our kids.
Okay. Where were they at?
I think it was Tuesday. Tim Bell, Jack Bell, and Barbara Bell came.
And who were they?
They're my girls' dad, grandpa, and grandma. Well, I was at Buddy's house,
Mhm.
and my old lady took my kids to her cousin.
Okay.
Okay, and I think it was like 11 o'clock that night. And, the next day, I mean, this is just what I've been told, I don't know for a fact exactly what went down, but
Well, how about this? Tell me what you know.
they showed up at my girlfriend's cousin.
Okay. And your
And
girlfriend
made him
is
give the
Courtney.
kids up.
You're talking about Courtney, you
Yes,
said
sir.
girlfriend.
Her
Okay.
fiance, you know, like, we claim to be married,
Okay.
because we love each other, but they showed up at her cousin's house, Megan, the big girl with blonde hair that was under the pink shirt.
Yep.
They showed up at her house and pretty much, I mean, they took the kids, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And, I mean, she got in the car with them or whatever, but they did not have our permission to get those kids.
Okay.
Okay, so, when they done that, me and my baby's mother were at the house in Eagle Point, Pine Valley, I call it Pine Valley.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so anyway, their side of the part where her cousin lives is right across the street, whatever that's called.
High Point or whatever it's called.
Whatever, I don't know what it's called, but anyway, that's where they were at, the kids, with her cousin.
Mhm.
Okay, well, when they got the kids, they came across the street. They had an extra key to the car that I paid $600 in insurance on, with the understanding that it was going to be Courtney's car.
Mhm.
And it was Courtney's car, so we had the car for like 3 months or better.
Okay.
Okay, so I paid for 6 months insurance, $600. I gave it to them cash within like a 2-week period or something like that. Well, anyway, when they got the kids, they come directly over there, and me and my lady were in the house. See, I know them people don't like me.
Mhm.
And every time I see them, they put their hands on me, and I have never, ever put my hands back on the people.
Okay.
Okay, so on the back door, I didn't want to have no deals with. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know they had already got my kids.
Okay.
Well, they had an extra key to the car. So one of them gets in the car and pulls off in it. Well, they were in the other car, as I was walking up the hill going towards the apartments next to Pine Valley. Her grandpa comes up behind me. And he's arguing and fussing and everything, and he's hollering at me. And I'm like, look, dude, you just took that car, you owe me $600. Because I paid $600 in the insurance for that car. If you're taking it, then you owe me money. You know what I mean? Well, we fussed for a minute or whatever. Well, I was already on the way to go up to the Melissa Davis lady's house, or apartment, to go to Walmart. Well, we didn't end up going to Walmart. My baby's mother seen my 2-year-old, Clarissa. She seen her head pop up in the car. So she went over there and got my baby out of the car, the older one. Well, I don't know if they had the baby in there with them or what was going on. She got Clarissa, but she didn't get Caliyah. So anyway, it was a bunch of hollering and fussing. I got in the car with Melissa, and then my baby's mother and my 2-year-old got in the car with me in the back seat. Well, we went to Woodlawn Road, which we let, the officers know today or whatever. And,
What's the Woodlawn Road?
that's a friend of mine named Chris that stays out there. I'm not sure what his last name is.
Okay.
But, I think it's Walters. But anyway, we get out there, and I'm thinking that they gonna follow her. Because Melissa was driving real fast, and she was like, the PT Cruiser's following her. You know what I mean? So when we get to Woodlawn, I'm not sure if they're following us or not. So as soon as we get there, there's somebody there that has a car, so I get in the car with them and just drive out. 'Cause I don't want no problems with people. These people put their hands on me every time they see me. You know what I mean? So, actually, the old guy hit me with a stick probably a month ago through the window of my car. And probably 2-3 weeks before that, his son pushed me. And it's always on their property. So naturally, I'm not gonna do nothing anyway. It's their property. So, I mean, anyway, I'm not sure what all happened in between them, but my youngest daughter, Caliyah, is the one that's missing. She had a doctor's appointment, her first doctor's appointment or whatever. And, I think it was, what's the date? I think it was Thursday, she took her to the doctor. Well, they told her then that they would, if we would clean our house up, and if our house was clean when they got there, they'd give us a gift. They came yesterday morning, the house was clean, so they gave us the baby back. Well, everything was good, all it was just loving on the babies, because I just missed them so much. Especially Clarissa, because she's been around longer, and I've got so attached to it, you know what I'm saying? And, I mean, I'm just loving my babies, you know what I mean? Just loving my kids, and, I mean, all it really was just regular family living, all day. You know what I mean? They went to bed that night.
Time they were there.
Clarissa usually goes to bed at 8, so it was anywhere from 8 to 9 when she went to bed. Caliyah, she sleeps all the time, so, it's not really a bedtime for her. I get it, we'll take turns feeding her or whatnot. Well, I mean, we're always up and down all night, might get 30 minutes here, an hour there, I have a newborn and I'm sitting back here. So, the very last time that I actually held my baby in my arms, the one that's missing, Caliyah, I was feeding her bottle on the bed in the bedroom.
What time was that?
See, that's the part, I mean, I was thinking it was 3:30, but my baby's mother says it might have been probably around like 5 or something like that. I wasn't really thinking at the time. Anyway, it was early in the morning. She ate almost like half a bottle, like almost half a bottle. And, she was good. I mean, she was crying, how the ones are, they always cry, especially when they're hungry. But I bundled her up, like a rug, what was it, tied the lug in a rug or something like that. Well, I bundled her up and I put her in the thing in front of the air conditioner that I shut her. And, she was good, she went to sleep. Clarissa was in that bed next to her and she was asleep too. So, I go back in the living room and me and my baby's mom went to sleep on the couch. Well, at about, I guess, I didn't know what time it was, but I'm going to say what time it was because I asked my baby's mother what time she moved on the phone. My dad texted at supposedly 9:30 and it woke me up. So,
Where was your phone?
it was her phone.
Where was it?
It was sitting on the table right in front of her, somebody else's table. So I heard it go off. So I looked at it and it's a text from my dad. And supposedly he's in Tennessee. So he's like, y'all up? And I was like, yeah. I said, yeah, because I mean, you woke me up on the phone, so. Anyway, he was like, I'm about to go to the store in a little while and send you some money. Because my rent was due yesterday, but the landlord started paying today, and I work for my dad. So, he helps me out whenever, if I don't have a good week or whatever, which I haven't worked none this week. But, with all that's going on with the kids and stuff. But I said, okay, thanks, Pop. And I got up, I walked back there to the room, everything was good. The baby was in the little bed, Clarissa was in her bed, everything was good. Nothing was out of place, nothing was missing, the baby was still there. I went back in the living room, and then my baby's mom was still asleep at that time, so I went back to sleep. Well, the next thing I know, my little girl Clarissa comes in the living room, and she's like crying, but not like, not like super crying, you know what I mean? Just whining. And I woke up to that, and my baby's mom asked her, what's wrong, baby, what's wrong? And she was acting funny. She kept like backing up behind the couch. Like she would get like, you know how the couch was sitting? All right, well, when you come down the hallway, you come to the side of the couch. She kept backing up to the side of the couch, like in the corner of the wall of the couch, like she was trying to hide or something. So my baby mom was like, go back there and check on the window. So I got up, and as soon as I got halfway down the hallway, I seen that in the video. There wasn't nothing in it. I went on ahead and went in there to make sure. Well, the first thing I noticed was that she wasn't there. So I was like, oh my God, I started freaking out. You know what I mean? I'm thinking that my little girl's gonna pick her up. She got a bad habit of picking her up and trying to carry her around. I've had to, me and my baby's mom both had to take her from several times every day. So, I tell my baby, I holler in there, I'm like, she's not in here, baby, she's not in here. And, so I started tearing the house up, like looking for her, and my baby mom was doing the same thing, called her name, and we didn't hear no crying. When I didn't hear no crying, pretty much figured, I mean, if the baby was in the house, surely, if I leave her over to pick her up, put her somewhere, she'd probably be crying, she wouldn't be comfortable. Didn't hear no crying, so I'm still like going through everything, you know what I mean? And, it just wasn't there. And so I went out the back door, and that's how I knew the back door was unlocked, because I didn't have to unlock it when I went out of it. I was in my underwear. I walked all the way around the trailer looking up under the trailer, trying to see anything. You know, maybe something she might have dropped, maybe something whoever might have dropped. I didn't know what I was doing. I was panicking, but I was looking for my kids. So I don't see my kids, so I go back in, and we're freaking out. And she calls her papa. And the first thing her papa said, well, where's that damn boy at? And I was already crying, and I was trying to keep it together. And I was like, she started cussing me out, like, what the fuck, why is that your first question? What about, it's about the baby, not about him. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm like, what the hell did he just say? And she's like, he wants to know where you were at. And I was like, I kind of yelled at, because I knew what he was thinking. Because everything bad that happened is my fault. Everything. It don't matter what it is. If I'm not even around, if I'm 3,000 miles away, it's always my fault. So, I'm still crying and I'm angry. Well, she called her Aunt Kim. Sometime in between all that, she called the lady Melissa, and Melissa walked down there and helped us look in the house and whatever else, you know, whatever she did. I don't know if she called anybody or what, but I just didn't see my kid there. My kid was nowhere to be found. So I put my clothes on. That's when I noticed that the tote that was on top of the other tote over there by the place where my baby sleeps was on the bed. Like it had been, like somebody had moved it. But I didn't think nothing of it at the time. I was just thinking about trying to find my kid. You know what I mean? I ruffled through it just to make sure that he wasn't in there. You know what I mean? So I put my clothes on, and I was pacing back and forth, just looking around, going through stuff, opening up the stove, the refrigerator, everything. So I told my baby mama, I'm like, baby, I gotta go look for her. I gotta do something. You know what I mean? I gotta look for something. I can't stand here and stay in this house where I know she's not at, because I done looked, she's not here. So I go out. At first I didn't know which way I was gonna go, but I figured, you know, maybe if somebody would have got her walking, they would have went through the woods. Okay. I mean, anybody, if they're doing something wrong, and they're wrong, they're on foot, they're gonna go through the woods, right or wrong. I mean, to me, I feel like that's what's going on. Okay. So, I mean, I've walked through those woods a bunch of times to get to Henderson Mill Road, so I'm looking just to see if anything on the ground or whatever, you know what I mean? And I took my flashlight, I took the phone, that was the only two things I had on me. So, I walked through the woods, and I go straight through the woods, the very first cut. I walked all the way through. The only thing I seen in the woods was a pair of men's brown shoes. I mean, I ain't gonna say I didn't think nothing of it, but I was like, why would somebody leave their shoes? If that had anything to do with it, why would they leave their shoes? So I just stepped over them and kept going, and I was shining my light on both sides, but it was light outside. But a flashlight still helps to see stuff, you know what I mean? So anyway, I come out of Henderson Hill Road and I take a right. And there's a girl that lives down probably about a quarter of a mile named Sarah. I wasn't necessarily going to her house, but I walked that way. And when I came to her house, I stood in her driveway for a minute. And about that time, my baby's mother texted me and said, look, the police are here. You know what I mean? They want to know where you are. So I was like, okay, I'm coming. You know what I mean? So I started walking. Well, I didn't go back through the woods. I wanted to go a little bit farther up that way and cut through. So I went farther up, and I'm still looking the whole time, walking back still. I cut through the church. I didn't see nothing. I cut through the church. I came out of the top of the church on Thursday, and I took a left, and I kept going. You know what I mean? And I came to Pine Valley, and I went in, and I walked down the street, and her dad, my girl's dad, was standing there talking to the officer through the door. And when he seen me, he told the officer, well, that's the one you need to be talking to right there. That's the one you're looking for. So I didn't say nothing. You know, it made me mad, but I didn't say nothing. I mean, so the officer walked up on me, and he was talking to me, asking me what was going on, and then the next thing I know, I got 3 police in front of me, asking me questions, which is natural. I mean, I understand. So I tell them what's going on. I mean, there was parts at that time that I didn't remember, like the part about my dad texting. I didn't think about all that, you know what I mean? Well, anyway, I ended up telling them, like, as I remember, I told them. They ended up letting me go in the house, and me and my baby's mother was just in there. And I don't know how to put it, except for the fact that I feel like I don't even exist no more.
Why is that?
It's my baby. And she's gone. And I don't know where she's been at, if I'll ever see her again. But I know I gotta keep my head up because of my 2-year-old. I got to. I can't fall to pieces and I can't. Anyway, a whole bunch of back and forth talking with different officers and everything. And I mean, I showed a couple of people where she slept. And I mean, that's about it, you know what I mean? I mean, there ain't no, I don't know what else to say. That's all that happened.
Okay. Let me ask you this, is your daddy in Tennessee?
I never heard from his mouth that he was on the way to Tennessee yesterday.
Okay.
My baby's mother talked to him, and I recall him saying something about being stuck in traffic for like 3 hours. But I assumed he was coming home from work. I didn't know. Well, he said that he was on the way to Tennessee. And then this morning after all this happened, she called my stepmom to let her know what was going on. And she said my stepmom told her that my dad was there with her. I don't know if she actually talked to him or what. I mean,
What kind of vehicle do you drive?
he drives a, I'm not sure if it's a Chevy or a GMC. Either way, it's a 3500, I think, it's a Doobie. It's white. But the distinguishing characteristic of the truck, because I've been told he's supposed to have been spotted. I don't believe it. I don't think my dad's anywhere down here. If he's supposed to be in Tennessee, it's what he said that he's there.
Okay.
Okay? My dad took care of me my whole life. He's been the only one that's ever done it. That man never raised a hand at me in a hurtful way, in a mean way. That man never did anything wrong to me. You know? So,
What's the characteristic?
the characteristic of the truck is the right back fender, where it humps over the wheel. It's got white tape going along where the fender was to keep it from getting worse. You know what I mean? I mean, it looks rigged. You know what I'm saying? So if you see a truck that looks like this, that's the only thing that I can tell you to distinguish it from any other truck that may look like it. Because when I was
Is
cutting
it a
it,
ladder rack or anything?
no sir, it does not. It has a trailer. We pull a trailer for work, like 24, 27 foot trailer.
And what kind of work do you
Gas one.
do? Natural gas, not truck?
Well, it's just a pipe. We don't have anything to do with the actual gas. I cut and thread the black iron, and he installed it in the house, like new residential houses and stuff. Now, I will say, I did see a truck. When I was cutting through the woods, I seen a truck that looked like his. You know, I just noticed it. I don't know why. I guess I always done trucks that look like his anyway. But the only thing is that it had an extension ladder on the back, like coming up out of the bed. But it had to be ringing on tailgate. That's another thing, they certainly have a tailgate. There's no tailgate on the truck. He took that off like last year because it was messed up, you know, it didn't really shut.
What's his name?
Michael McNabb, Michael Anthony McNabb. I can pretty much guarantee you that if anybody thinks they spotted my dad, they're wrong.
Okay. And that's fine, I just, you know,
My dad was,
probably don't have anything to do with anything,
one of the officers, you know, mentioned that he was spotted down here. I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
but did he take your job?
I mean, I don't know, when my stepmom called my girl, I didn't even hear the conversation, she told me about it afterwards, but supposedly, my stepmom asked her, can she get the baby for a month or 2 or 3, because she knows that Clarissa goes in there and picks her up, and, you know, she don't want nothing bad to happen to the baby. My girl told her, no, I want my baby, I'm keeping my baby. And when she told me the story, I'm like, that's right, you did the right thing, I'm not giving my kid up to nobody. I work, I can take care of my kids, you know what I mean? I mean, I ain't got my eyes on them every single second of every day. But I'm good at when she does pick her up like that. I always get her from her. She's never dropped her. She's never tossed her. Now, one time, like, I think the first day that they came back from the in-laws' house, she picked her up and she was upside down. When she picked her up, she held her upside down, and I grabbed her from her. And she didn't even start crying, 'cause I grabbed her so quick and I swallowed her and I rocked her. And she didn't even start crying. She was okay. You know what I mean? And anyway, my stepmom was asking if she had my kid. I think her reason was to keep her safe from my 2-year-olds. I don't make no sense to me. I don't understand why you go to the direct and thought of, well, let me see if they'll let me have her for a few months. That's a newborn baby. You don't take a newborn from their mother. I mean, maybe the dad, that's different, but not the mom. That's a whole other ballgame. You don't take nobody from their mom. And the reason why I feel so strongly about that is I don't have a mom. My mom don't have nothing to do with me. So, my dad wouldn't do that. I don't think she would do that. I don't think they would, either one of them would come down here and take my kid in the middle of the night, or in the morning, or whatever. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't in the middle of the night. I seen them left at 9:30 when my dad said everything was good. So no, I don't think that either one of them came to my kid.
Where do they live?
My dad has a place in Deer Lodge, Tennessee. That's where my stepmom lives.
Okay.
My dad lives there too, but the marina in a camper.
Okay.
Because of the work we do, it's not up there, it's down here. So he stays in the camper on Bear Creek Marina.
You know, phone number for your dad?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
770-324-7427.
Who else would come, off the top of your head, Christopher, who would come, I gotta get out of this chair. Chair 2 blocks,
I can answer your question, if you want to go ahead and answer it, or ask it, you can, but I know what you're going to ask.
what am I gonna,
You're going to ask me who else would possibly have any kind of motive to come to me.
yeah, you're absolutely right, what's that?
Well, like I told the officer earlier, even though I don't think this person would go that far, there's a dude named
Matt,
Lester.
okay.
He broke in my house like 2.5 months ago. I didn't know it was him at the time. It took me a while to figure it out. But somebody told me he was running around bragging about it.
Okay.
So, he's supposed to be my friend. Well, he's in my house at the time. This day he's at my house. He's in my house, sitting in that burgundy leather chair.
Okay.
I asked him about it. Did you break in my house, man? Did you try to get in my house? Did you break in my house? That man started fumbling and stumbling and stuttering, man, and I just knew. I beat the hell out of that dude, I ain't gonna lie. So, man, I beat the hell out of him. And I pushed him down my back porch. I pushed him down the back stairs. Well, evidently, I mean, okay, he walked off and died. I don't even think he went to the hospital. But he's been running around saying stuff. People have been indirectly hearing from other people that he's been talking about he's gonna get it. Sooner or later he's gonna get it, whether say.
Now, this little fight would have happened before the baby was even born, right?
Yeah, way before that. So, I mean, do I think that dude broke in, came in my back door and got my kid? No, I don't.
What does he look like?
A snake.
Okay, I mean,
I mean, he's got, his eyes are kind of close together, he's got short, like dark hair. I'm pretty sure he's clean shaved, if not, he may have a little bit of a goatee. He's probably 6 foot, maybe 6'1". He probably don't weigh no more than 180. I mean, not much bigger than me.
where does he live?
I don't know, he was living in Meadowbrook, but he was, staying there with some lady that I'm already friends with. And supposedly, Matt slapped her, so she kicked him out. That's, I mean, I don't really know too much details on that, but, he's not there now. I was just over there today and he wasn't living there. So, I don't worry about it. I think he's one of those dudes that just stays where he can when he can.
What would he do with a 15-day-old baby? Does he even know the child was born?
I don't know. I mean, it wasn't no secret that the baby was coming.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, you know,
He's not been running around with Courtney, have he?
no, definitely not. She's never cheated on me. I know that for a fact.
And I gotta ask these questions, I'm not a very important thing. So we probably rule him out.
I would. I mean, the question was asked on who would have any kind of ill will towards him to do something like this. I don't think he would do something like this. He's the only one that could possibly feel any kind of hatred towards me as far as like something that's wrong.
Please look at that.
I mean, I beat the hell out of him. I've seen pictures of the dude after it happened. He was messed up. I mean,
The likelihood of him coming back to get another ass whooping is pretty slim.
I don't know. He's never around talking about he's gonna get me. I mean, I heard he's looking with a baseball bat. I
You
heard.
probably wouldn't do it this way. You probably wouldn't take your 15-day-old child, because that's just more of a hassle for him.
Oh, I know he's mad for the thief.
Yeah.
What's been said to me all, you know, since it happened was that he ain't doing nothing going around and breaking shit and stealing generators, PlayStations, Xbox, whatever he gets his hands on, he's stealing. I mean, I ain't never had enough kind of thought that he would ever try to kidnap my kid. But I can't say if he did or didn't. I don't know.
So we'll check it. We'll check into it.
Sorry, my ears need a break for just a second. Because I hope it sounds better to you than it does to me, because to me, it sounds like everybody ate the freaking microphone and is talking with it inside their mouth. I'm only catching a little bit of what he's saying, and what Mr. McNabb is saying so far has not put... It's like, so yeah, somebody came in. Why? Why would they come in and take her and then do that to her? Why would, if they wanted a baby, just take the baby? That's a more plausible story than you're saying they took her and then they hurt her. Why? Like the most innocent? Well, crap, Hamilton. Roseanne, I am with you. My house looked like that evil woman's house either. And yes, I'm thinking that same thing too. Why? Why? And yeah, and it sounds bad to you guys too. I'm sorry. I can't do anything about it. When you're riding the train and they tell you what stop, yeah, because it sounds just like this. It's like, where am I? I'm glad I don't have to ride a train. I live in a very, very small town. The only train that comes through is not a passenger train. And it only comes through every so often. All right, well, let's continue with this awfulness.
Let me ask you this, Christopher. What was Caliyah, what did she have on when you saw her last?
she had a purple, girl called one, it was purple with short sleeves, one thing that wrapped between the legs and buttoned up. She had a diaper, and she had one that was purple, and it said something like, "My daddy works out," or something like that. I think it had a picture of some kind of animal or something like that, lifting a bench press, you know what I mean? And, she was wrapped up in a blue blanket. I think it had some black letters on it, I ain't sure. But it was
Good-
like a
good
baby
choice.
blanket. It was like real soft, kind of thick. But it's a baby blanket. Sure, it was about thick. And that's it.
If you had missed, how much would you say, when she went to the doctor this the other day, right?
5.4.
5.4 ounces.
So she was
1
born,
pound, 4 ounces.
she was born 5'6", she went down like 4'9". She got back up 5'1" before we left the hospital. I had the doctor the other day, she was 5'4". Yeah, I mean, my first daughter, she went from 6'9", that was 6'6", 6'9", 6'3", back up to like 6, I'll get back up to like 6'9", or something like that.
What color eyes does Corey have?
Dark blue, I mean, real dark eyes, pretty much about like all that.
She got any hair?
Yeah, she's got, her hair's gonna probably end up like mine. I mean, it's dark hair.
Thick or baby hair or?
It's a little bit more, it's in between big and baby hair. It's black, you know what I mean? It's there. I mean, you can play with it. It's probably about that long.
Okay.
Something like that.
Does she have any marks or birthmarks or anything on her body at all?
No. I've never noticed the birthmark. The only thing I always noticed was the black thing in her belly button, and it's gone now. I mean, when she went down there to the in-laws, she still had the black thing in her belly button. When she come back, she didn't have it.
Yeah, it's basically a big skin.
Like dries it or something, falls off.
Have you changed her diaper?
Yes, sir.
Three diapers and everything?
Yeah, she
It's down there somewhere.
And I felt, I felt her little butt was right here, and I felt her poop. So I laid her down on the bed, and I changed the diaper, and her poop was green, like a dark green kind of. I mean,
Was she not breastfed at all? She just take a month?
she just takes a lot of us good. I think it's, Gerber. I think it might be good start coming up in Canada. I've got like 2 or 3 of them left. That's what she's doing.
And you saw her last around 9:30 this morning.
Yes, sir. That's what time my girl sent on the text message, 9:30. I went in there, she was still there, she was there. Everything was good.
She's 15 days old, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
She moved her arms and legs.
Yes, sir.
She hadn't turned over.
She turns on her side.
Yeah.
So, well, she turns on the right side. I think she turns on she turned on the right side. Matter of fact, yesterday, my old lady put her in on the pink blanket,
Okay.
and she had a little brown stuffed animal in there. I looked over there at her, and my baby mama was looking at her, and she was like, "Look at that." I was like, "She told me just like her," because Rachel was doing stuff like that early, but I mean, I don't think that early, I wasn't there, but she was on the right side laying there, and she rolled that over on her back. So, I mean, she was moving,
When we put her down to sleep, you ever put her on her stomach?
Yes, sir.
Well, no.
I never put her on her stomach. I didn't think you were supposed to do that. I thought that was like, with the tummy time thing, that's like when they're trying to teach you to crawl, stuff like that. I mean, I wrap her up in her little blanket, and I always make sure her arms are covered up. She don't like that. So every now and then, I let her arms stay loose, to where, she won't be healed, you know what I mean, where she's supposed to be. And sometimes she'll sleep with her arms up on her face. Or, I mean, most of the time, I wrap them up, you know what I mean? When she's moving her arms, that's fine.
This, little thing where she sleeps, this, for a lack of a better term, I'm gonna call it bassinet, okay? Um, Put you up.
And I won't laugh at your Boston accent.
Two of them are stacked up right on the side.
Right here, this is her, and this here,
Yes,
stacked
sir.
up all
And that
around.
thing usually has everything that goes in it. I think the officer said somebody had it or something like that. But
Yeah, what they
anyway,
did was took the pad inside and gave it to the dog, to get a scent off of it.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Mhm. Usually there's a tote with mostly my clothes.
Right.
There's a tote, and then there's a tote stacked on top of that tote, again, with more of my clothes in it. And that's, the tote on the top was moved over to the bed, about where I'm at right there.
And your other daughter sleeps in that,
And that baby bed right next to it.
be like right over here, right?
Yes, sir. And that sheet don't hang down like that normally, it's just, everything going on, and turn and look for it, whatever it fell down, but it's usually tagged up on the wall and it don't cover the air conditioner. But my daughter, my 2-year-old likes to snatch it down.
Was the air conditioner running last night?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you do.
That's cool.
Pretty much. I mean, sometimes I run the fan and not the air. I know they get cold.
And y'all hardly ever sleep in that room?
I mean, we sleep in there, probably, I'm saying the last month, we probably slept in there 4 days. We usually just go in the living room, we like to watch TV, and we're usually up because we gotta feed the baby. You know what I mean? So now we're just living in there for us. We're usually in the living room. Sleep on the couch.
When you fed her this morning, you said she drank about,
Yes, sir.
so typical for that time of day, or?
I mean, she's been doing pretty good. I mean, she's been taking anywhere from 2 ounces to, anywhere from maybe an ounce to a little over 2 ounces.
So you keep track of how much she fed?
I mean, I try to.
Yeah.
I mean, she eats until she don't want it no more. When she don't want it no more, she will not open her mouth and take that nipple in her mouth. And when I know she don't want it, then I burp her. You know what I mean? I put her hands up. I put her head right here, make sure it's facing away from my shoulder and not in my shoulder, where she suffocates. And I pat on her back, about like this right here. And I hold her butt so she don't slap.
I don't understand it.
But I was told in the hospital how to do stuff. So that's what I did.
Did she burp this morning?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Good. I actually told my mom was probably one of the better. Because at first she couldn't really burp her good. She didn't really want to burp before me, so I always was the one that made her burp.
Some people don't have that tell.
Well, now she's good, but usually I would get her. I guess maybe because I got the patience to do it longer. Because I love to have her in my arms. I love to love on her. You know what I mean? I like having my kids. It makes me feel like I've done something in my life. Like I got a reason for being here. I was no kind of, I ain't contributed to society. All I did was run it down. And ever since Clarissa was born, I just feel different about my life. I feel like I've actually done something. I've provided the world with something beautiful. That's how I feel. And I try to do the best I can. You know what I mean? I go to work. But it has been like that now. I go to work on Monday. He'll tell you I work, you know what I mean? Every now and then I miss a day or two. Sometimes I'm just so tired, I don't wake up when I was going to work. You know what I mean? So, but for the most part,
Well,
I'm a
we
working
do.
man now. You know what I
I don't
mean?
know about them.
But you said you didn't work last week.
No, I didn't work last week.
Not at all?
No, sir. Mainly it was because I think Monday, last week when he went to Tennessee, he didn't come back till Monday, so that's why I didn't work Monday. And then Tuesday when everything happened with the kids, so, and so I don't know, I guess I got a little bit of stress, but, I just told Daddy, I'm like, look, man, I don't feel good, man. I don't feel like going to work right now. That was the wrong, that was not a good move, but I was down now. You folks came, just winning, just all my kids. But I was supposed to go back to work. I'm supposed to go back to work Monday.
Okay.
And I was happy about that.
Tell me, Christopher, when you came to your senses today and realized you needed to go look for your child, tell me exactly again where you went.
Took a ride out of my yard. I walked up that road where it goes up. I looked down that street. I was looking at people's yards, not going in or nothing, but just looking on the ground. And then as soon as you come, there's like a shed right there on the left, and then there's like houses right here. I went in through the wood. I went down, and there's one place you can go to the right, and I think it might go to somebody's house. I never go that way. I always take the first clearing. It's not really clear though. It's like kind of grew up a little bit. You know what I mean? It goes down, and then it kind of goes up a little bit, and it goes straight to Henderson Hill Road.
Me too, Stormy, and I feel bad for him.
I came out and took her right on Henderson Hill and went down, and went all the way to that girl Sarah's house, and then Cortney texted us, and I stood there for maybe 30 seconds. Cortney said, did the Facebook Messenger thing or whatever it is, and said that the police are here and they want to know where you're at. So I was like, I'm coming, you know what I mean?
Gabrielle.
I turned around and I went on the other side of the road first, then I realized I'm walking down the wrong side of the road. You're not supposed to walk along good traffic, you're supposed to walk in it. So I went back on the other side of the road and I walked. And I was going to go back in the woods where I came out at to get there faster, but I was like, I want to go up that way too. That was my plan, to go up that way too and look to see anything, you know, just anything.
Is there a logging road or a dirt?
All right, one more quick ear break here. The biggest thing he has working against him when he's trying to act like he's this big loving father that just cared so much for his kids, your wife or girlfriend had a black eye. A nice one too. It was a good one. You got her good. You had some anger issues. You probably still have some anger issues. Maybe not as much because you're probably clean and wouldn't do the things that you did when you weren't clean. But don't act like you're just such a caring, loving dad. You gave your girlfriend, significant other, whatever, a black eye. So I'm not buying it. Gabrielle, you are fine, Gabrielle. Because I can't understand any of this. I don't want to fast forward through it just in case anybody can hear it and wants to hear it. But I've kind of tuned out because I can't understand it. No. You did not miss much at all. We've been staring at a fishbowl of people from King of the Hill. And not, dang the dad. His name just escaped me. The heck's the dad's name? Yes, Carmen. Her chat is more entertaining than this whole thing. But we shall press on so we can get through it. I hope the courtroom can hear it better than we can. Hank. I should know that's my dog's name. How pathetic am I? Oh my gosh. Embarrassing. Hey, if you guys want me to fast forward through this, you all just let me know and I will fly on by because I'm not going to make you sit and watch stuff you don't want to watch. So, yeah, you guys. Oh. 8 hours? I don't know, Gabrielle. I mean, like, it's like I went downstairs and I couldn't get up back upstairs, and then I don't know, and my baby was gone. I can't do 8 hours. All right, guys. I'll wait a few more seconds because I know there's a delay. If you want me to slide on by, I will slide on by. I don't know where I'm going to go. But man, I think we got a lot more of this because we're at 2:40 and they come back from lunch at 5:06. I can't do it. I'll just leave it play. I mean, you can still tell him, Gabrielle. But yeah, Roseanne, I can't do 8 hours of this. All right, we're sliding. We're moving. Interrogate. Oh. Is that her? We got to make... I'm like trying to look at 2 screens. Let's see what they're doing here. Nope, that's still him. Aw, she is actually crying this time. She has a tear. I figured when the detective moved down the table, he was going in for the, we know it's you and this is what's happening. And then he just sat there. Let me make sure it's still him. I keep stopping on her. All right, they must have went to lunch. All right. Oh, we got a judge. If I get any mean comments, I'm sending them your way. You didn't let us watch stuff we couldn't understand.
Okay, jurors, let me ask one more time. During the recess for lunch, did any of you view anything on media, by television, by computer, by social media, by reading, or having anybody come and approach you and want to talk to you about this case? Okay, everybody said no. So you may now continue again, Ms. Hunt.
Investigator Alexander, we saw at the end of the interview that we played just before the lunch break that Cortney Bell was allowed to go sit in the room with Chris McNabb for a few moments.
Yes.
Did you also conduct an interview with Cortney Bell there at the sheriff's office on that same evening?
I did.
And similarly to the way you handled the situation with Mr. McNabb, was she under arrest at that time?
She was not.
And was she nonetheless advised of her rights?
She was.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. Number 3. I'm sorry, I believe it's 5. State's Exhibit number 5. Do you recognize State's 5?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the Miranda rights waiver form that we used when we conducted the interview with Cortney Bell on October 7th, 2017 at 2:41 hours.
Me too,
All right, and
Hamilton.
does that form contain the same exact, is that the exact same form, Miranda waiver form?
It is.
And did you go over this form in the same manner with Ms. Bell?
I did.
And are those her initials on the blanks and her signature on the bottom of the form?
They are.
By the way, I just lost 8 viewers.
It's submitted without objection.
I guess people were liking it.
We did.
Oopsies. They should have voted.
Yes, I did move 5.
We did.
You did? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I would turn your station to number 76 in the evidence, which is the recording of the interview with Cortney Bell on October 7th.
Any objection? Yes, be admitted without objection.
And may I publish it, Judge?
No, I'll take responsibility. I mean, I did ask a lot. Maybe if I start speaking like this, I'll get more viewers. Gabrielle, you are fine. I promise.
Ladies and gentlemen, do y'all need me to reread the charge about a defendant giving a statement when you got two defendants in a case? I read it before the McNabb. Let me go ahead and read it one more time. Any out-of-court statement made by one of the defendants
Lucky.
on trial in this case after the alleged...
I do appreciate you being
criminal
here,
act is
though.
made to
I hope you
consider
keep on
only
joining
against
us.
the person who made the statement, and only if you find that such statement was freely and voluntarily made. If you find that an out-of-court statement was made to the police freely and voluntarily by a defendant on trial in this case, then you are to consider the statement only as against the particular defendant who made it. Does everybody understand that again? Everybody's nodding their head in a sense, so you may proceed.
Come right here. Just have a seat right there. You can sit in the way.
Okay. Okay. But I think I tried a little bit.
Yeah, you did not.
No, but I think I kind of that song.
That's okay. They're in there, and, somebody's on the way down there with me.
Okay.
Just make it out.
Okay.
You need the rest of the money.
You're coming forward. I have to use the bag too.
Huh?
I have to use the restroom too.
Okay, when she gets back, we can.
Oh, good. What's hers?
The part two.
Things, people do crazy things. And they don't mean to do it.
Is it nice? Everything. I don't know how to put it, but it doesn't make sense. She's nowhere in my home. I don't have any enemies. I just don't understand where she can win. I feel like I'm in a lifetime movie. I never imagined this happening to me. I never imagined this could happen to me. I'm trying to keep my baby so safe.
Someone, sometimes the closest one you love, does something wrong. You just want to get her back.
I just want to stay home from my baby.
What do you think she's at?
I have no clue, but then I'll tell you. I have no clue. She was in her sleeper. The dog sits on me. The dog.
Don't know this still out.
If I knew I didn't need to touch her sleeper she had on the workroom, they couldn't use it. They had to get her bedding.
can hear the radio better and understand it. Whoops. Oh, just an FYI, Brandon and Carmen are siblings. So that's just their normal. I figured I better clear that up. Yes, those are mine. Yes. Oop. Yes. She got swallowed into the fish. Yeah, make sure you engineers aren't stealing, Brandon. Yes, he did. But I think that's what got me in trouble, because I was laughing at it so hard. And you guys were hilarious.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not gonna have to go 2 months. Maybe anyone in the community or maybe I can.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, you did, yeah, sorry. You would check if anyone had anything on the
Whoops.
no internet connection. Okay.
They'll have to explain it to you, Stormy, because I missed it too.
You guys really know we're willing to talk to you. We have a couple friends. But I wouldn't think any of our friends would do that to us. Who would you think? My husband or anything like that? I wouldn't think anyone that I know would have done that. But, I mean, you know, anything's possible. you know, but I wouldn't think anything like that. His mom's just so confused right now. I just don't understand. He doesn't, we really don't have any enemy. I mean, we don't really talk to anybody who have any. We try to stay to ourselves. If we have anybody that he might have. I mean, he got into a fight with a dude like a month and a half ago, 2 months. I mean, and maybe the dude, you know, is mad with a fight about it. A good friend of ours, he was with her. They were a couple, and he had been beating on her. And he had put a knife to her throat, threatening to kill her. He would break into her house in the middle of the night. Chris talked to him about it, and then he came. Well, first we had somebody break into our house, and they busted our window. That's when the plywood was on it. And we never found out who it was. We told Mr. Johnny, our landlord, we told him about it, and he never found out anything either. And then the fight happened. What happened? And that's just like the girl that he was talking to. And we have that kind of problem. But that often right here, do you think like, I don't care what you ask me, taking the baby to, I don't think he would. To her? No. Definitely not, but I don't think he would have done anything to my baby, but definitely not that. You never know. I mean, would you put your hand, like, anything? I mean, they just had sex. Yeah, that was all that was good. Mm-hmm. I mean, and I was mad, and I saw her in town, and we followed, and that was it. Were you pregnant at the time? No. Okay. You just had to be? Yeah. Yeah, it was like a week ago, I'm not sure the exact day. But, so, when were they having sex? I mean, were they having sex? I believe. While you were pregnant? I was, but it just happened one time. And then I called him and he stopped talking to her. But that's really all there is to that. She don't even know where I live. I mean, he's so good with her. He's so good with her, baby. He tries his hardest. I mean, he really tried, and he really good with him. So do you have any arguments, or do you guys have arguments with him in regards to the eggs, or the nation with you? No, we haven't spoken to her in a while. Mm-hmm. He wasn't even with me when I saw her down. I was by myself. Mm-hmm. I'm not even sure if I told him about it. So what was your explanation about that? I don't really didn't explain. But I really think it has nothing to do with her. But I haven't no clue. So, when you sent the baby at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning, we both did. Okay, both of them. Yeah, because she was cooking. We changed her diaper. We did it in the bathroom so it wouldn't wake my 2-year-old up. On the little thing that goes inside her bathtub, the little net thing. She was laying on that. We changed her diaper, and in the middle of us changing her diaper, she started pooping. So I put a wipe on her booty, and I went and got another outfit because she got her own outfit. And I guess she might have been hot. After I'll get to that in a minute. We put her onesie on. And then her socks and her long sleep piece. And we got her quiet, and better. And then I think I went in the living room and sat down. I know I fell asleep when he was already back in there, so he had already put her in her sleeper asleep. But I guess maybe she was hot, her arm. So they took the sleeper off of her and left her in her onesie and her socks and covered her back up with a blue blanket. And when he came back in there, I must have fell asleep.
Can't understand her.
I was before he did. I mean, he was on the opposite end of the couch. I think we both might go to sleep. Okay. And then from there, this morning, you woke up, I woke up around 10:15 or 10:20, 10:15 or 10:20, and my 2-year-old was standing behind me, in the corner, the wall of the couch. And she was kind of like freaked out. But what wakes you up? It's awful from his death. No, that was a text, I think, and it woke him up. Okay. I didn't wake up then. That was at 9:30. Okay, so the text woke him up? Yes. And he went to check on the baby. And they were there. At 9:30, the 2 babies were there. Yes. And he laid back there with me on the couch. He fell back asleep. And when we woke up with our daughter, she was gone. Okay. I thought the last time that we both checked on her was the last time that she... So the last time you saw your baby daughter was at 5 o'clock in the morning? Yes, somewhere around that time. You didn't? Okay. And then... I didn't look at the phone, so I don't know exactly what time it was. So when you didn't see the baby...
All right, Carmen, maybe you can answer this question, but why is the deputy questioning? Why is the deputy talking to her? Just to talk to her to see how much information she can get out of her? Where's the detective? Or investigator? Whatever they call them there, because they all have different places call them different names. But why is she standing there talking to her? Just, it's got to be just an info thing. So I don't get it. I can't understand it. It's like, there's you know what? I'm not, I'm not even going to look to see how many downvotes I get on this video. Dislikes. I mean, that's what I figured. It's because she's talking and you just you don't make them stop talking. You want them to talk as long as they will talk. So that makes sense. Oh no, Stormy. Trust me. I'll get some. I wish. Yeah, I don't know what to do, guys. Like, this is horrible. We can't understand anything. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do here. Let me see what I got. Oh, well. The next day, day 4, starts just like this one, mid-set testimony. Good for them. Because I think, Hamilton, if I slide, I'm sliding to the end. I think this is it. I think this is just this horrible, horrible audio that I cannot fix. They'll take a break, I'm sure. Yeah, look at that. Because this day ends. Yep. I mean, that's it. No, day 4 is, I don't believe it. It's just, I don't believe it's more of this. It just starts like this one started, where it just was in the middle of testimony. It didn't, we weren't like brought in, the jury's brought in, the judge comes in. It just was somebody's on the stand and then they started the audio. So, yeah. I mean, if we can't understand it, we're not really gaining anything, right? So my other question to you guys is, oh gosh. I don't think so. I think this is it. I think this day is this. So I can go over to day 4 and we can go. I mean, I got a few hours, so if that's what you guys want to do, and then congratulate me for having a super son for 31 years. Because, okay. Yeah. I bet you did, because yes. Alrighty, so we're going to day 4. That's the vote. That's the vote. I have, thank you. Thank you very much, Stormy. I have a 31-year-old and a 28-year-old. Sometimes it's like on a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. And I'm going to be a grandma in July thanks to the super son. It's going to give me a super granddaughter. Oop, day 4. Thank you. It has been very nice having a super son. And he's probably going, you're pretty close to saying Super Saiyan. Actually, I'm probably not even saying it right. And he'll tell me later. Well. Gabrielle is my new best friend. Double that and then some. Thank you. Yep, super son. If his wife wasn't here, or wasn't working, she'd be here too. They're good times. Kids are good times, right? Most of the time. He is you're both a super something most of the time. All right, so day 4. Let me cue that up here. Before yes, I am having a super grand, and she's due on the 4th of July, which is Brandon and Carmen's favorite holiday. They like to blow things up and, figuratively speaking, they're not going to go blow things up. So everybody stay calm. They like firecrackers. But yes, Miss Madison, she really needs to make her appearance on July 4th because Brandon is counting on it. All right. You're going to see me right here. Boy, look at this hair has got some stuff going on. Yeah, well. Well, hopefully he wasn't too early. My daughter, Miss Carmen that's in the chat, was due April 10th and decided, nope, and came out April 20th. I was not a pleasant person to be around. And she was born on 4/20 at almost 4/20. And now it's, you did it to yourself. And that is the truth. She does things on her own time. Brandon's very disciplined. And then Carmen's like, whatever. Yeah, I couldn't believe they couldn't fudge it just a few minutes. Alrighty. Well, day 3 was a bust. All right. So they're going to start this. Again, we'll have the audio. And the lawyer speaking, apparently. Whoops, what did I do? Aw. My kids weren't necessarily born around any holidays, but they fall there. So Brandon's will fall around Thanksgiving. So I mean, I guess he was born around the holiday, but it just depends on how it falls in the month there. And then Carmen's every once in a while will fall around Easter. So
How long a bruise has been on somebody's eye? There's just no foundation for that whatsoever.
Okay, Judge, I don't,
You need to lay a foundation about how many bruises he's seen, when he's seen them, has he had them on his own? Anything you want to do to lay a foundation to show why he can arrive at a
Why?
conclusion.
I'm gonna move on, Judge, because,
Okay.
I think there's other evidence.
So see, we've missed a ton, and I don't get it.
Investigator Alexander, when you released.
Here, I'm gonna object to Ms. Zahn saying there's other evidence of that. If there is
Objection
evidence.
overruled. Go for it.
Investigator Alexander, did you, even have a deputy escort, the two back home?
We did.
Ms. Bell, I believe, at one point in the interview asked for your phone number, is that correct?
She did.
And was it your intention to stay in touch with the two of them and to continue efforts to look for the child?
Absolutely.
Were you aware were taking place while these interviews were being conducted with respect to trying to locate the child?
I was.
And what were those?
We had several different search teams. There were several different teams of specially trained canines, cadaver dogs, civilian searchers that had been searching the entire area.
And was there a command post set up somewhere?
There was.
Where was that at?
Initially, it was set up at the trailer park itself, but then it got too big and they needed a little more privacy, so they moved to High Point Baptist Church right there on Henderson Mill Road.
Was the Covington Police Department even assisting in locating the child?
They were.
After several hours of searching for the child on that Saturday, October the 7th, was the search for that evening eventually called off?
It was due to darkness, I think around 9 o'clock, well, a little bit before 9 o'clock p.m. it was called off.
And are you aware from the investigation where K-9, what's been referred to as Deputy Elvis, traveled in the, I guess, the sniffing or the tracking that he was conducting?
Yes, I was made aware.
So Deputy Bowles informed you of that?
He did.
And where was he generally tracking?
Generally straight down the path that Mr. McNabb said he took through that logging road or power line road that we went on the other day.
Was that significant, again, in this early stages of your investigation, that the dog, Elvis, tracked the scent of the child down the same path that Mr. McNabb told you in this first interview that he had taken?
It was very significant that the dog tracked the exact steps that Mr. McNabb said he took, yes.
At some point in the interview with Mr. McNabb, were you trying to elicit information as to who could have come and kidnapped his child?
I was.
Did he offer up the name of an individual that perhaps may have wanted to retaliate against him?
He did.
And who was that individual?
He gave me the name of Matthew Lester.
Given the fact that Mr. McNabb had given you a timeline where the child was apparently okay at 9:30 and then was missing at 10:30, and that he was asleep in between that period of time, did you have any sort of opinion as to whether or not that was a feasible scenario, that Mr. Lester had come into the trailer and abducted Mr. McNabb's child?
It was not feasible. We can even narrow that timeline even smaller from 9:33 when the text came and woke him up from his dad.
I'm sorry you went through that.
About
That's horrible.
10:18 when
And I agree with you.
she was woken up by her daughter.
If, in your investigative experience, Mr. McNabb was to be retaliated against and he was sleeping there on the sofa, was it logical to you that Mr. McNabb wasn't himself attacked versus his 14-day-old baby?
Not logical at all. He would have been a very good target of opportunity, for lack of a better term, at that point, rather than going back into a bedroom and spiriting away an infant child.
In cases where children are abducted, have you worked any of those or seen any of those investigations here in the county?
I have.
And can you explain to the members of the jury typically what is done when there's a belief that a child has been abducted?
Sure. You may or may not have received what's called an Amber Alert on your cell phones. We get them in the middle of the night and they wake us up and want to throw our phones against the wall. These are the instances.
That's audio's not my fault.
And a large percentage of those are familial abductions. That means either a estranged father or mother has taken the child and not returned. It's that kind of thing.
Typically, when you have those types of cases, do they involve family members as suspects?
Almost all the time, yes.
Were you able to, fairly early in the investigation, make a determination in your mind as to whether or not Tim Bell should be pursued as a suspect in this investigation as abducting this child?
We were able to rule him out right away at the scene initially.
Did you learn in your investigation that Mr. McNabb or Cortney Bell had lots of money or hidden bank accounts, large stashes of drugs, or something that somebody might want to kidnap the child and ransom the child for?
Right. The best way to explain this is you saw photographs of the residence, the park where the residence is. You actually saw the residence itself, where they lived. Obviously, and through their own admission, they don't have a bunch of money. Parents were having to pay rent for them, that kind of thing. So there was really nothing to gain from some sort of abduction, ransom type kidnapping at that point.
Did you attend the autopsy the following day at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab?
I did on the 9th.
Okay, I'm sorry. When I said the following day, I should have been more specific. On the 9th, was Dr. Darasaw conducting the autopsy in your presence, in your immediate presence, or did you view from another room?
I was right there with her, yes, ma'am.
When this autopsy was conducted, did you see baby Caliyah removed from the body bag?
I did.
Yeah.
Did you observe how she was unwrapped, so to speak?
I did.
And can you tell the members of the jury what you saw the child was wrapped in?
Sure. As she was removed from the book bag or the backpack, she was wrapped up in a baby light blue baby's blanket. As that was unraveled, she also had what we commonly refer to as a wife beater t-shirt, which is the A-frame muscle t-shirt that men wear sometimes.
Objection, Your Honor, to the use of the term wife beater. We've all heard it's a sleeveless t-shirt.
Go ahead. That t-shirt was wrapped, one of the armholes was wrapped around her neck and covering her head. She also had on a purple onesie that said, "Be careful, boys, my daddy works out."
Okay. Now, the fact that those items, the blanket, the t-shirt wrapped around the child's face, and the items, did you learn that there were items also found when the child was discovered on the 8th?
Yes,
Did you actually respond to that scene?
I did.
Were you aware then that there were items that were taken out of the bag that did not go with the child and the bag that the child was found in
Yes.
to the autopsy?
Yes.
And what were those items?
One was a camouflage varsity restaurant T-shirt. One was a pair of blue and black camouflage type men's boxers, and one was a small-sized light blue T-shirt, possibly a child's T-shirt.
So given the fact that these items were found with the child, did that have any, I guess, impact or make an impression upon you in this investigation?
It certainly did. We later found out that those items were all taken from that house.
Now, I'm talking about even before you found that out, at this point in time in the investigation, was it odd to you that there were these items in the bag with the child? That whoever took the child and removed the child from the home and ultimately killed the child also stuffed several items in the bag regardless of where they came from?
Right, that would have been extremely odd for somebody kidnapping, trying to rush out to grab these random items and stuff them in this bag with the child.
Now, were you able to interact with Dr. Darisaw during this autopsy in terms of asking questions, taking your own photographs, getting her opinion as to maybe what potentially could have caused this child's death?
Yes, Dr. Darisaw is very good at working with the law enforcement and the district attorney's personnel that are present during any autopsies.
And based upon what you saw with your own eyes in terms of the injuries to the child and what Dr. Darisaw told you, did you have an opinion at this point in the investigation on the morning of the 9th when you attended the autopsy as to whether or not this child was accidentally killed?
According to what we saw, my experience, Dr. Darisaw's experience, and her telling me it was definitely not an accidental death at that point.
Did Dr. Darisaw offer an opinion to you at that time as to whether or not there would be some bloody crime scene in connection with these injuries to the child?
Right, as she even said on the stand here, there was the wounds were all closed. There was some blood, and that's to be expected with injuries like that. But it was the wound to Caliyah's head from the blunt force trauma that was experienced. The skull, the head still remained closed, so there was no open wounds other than the cut under her eye and the cuts in her mouth.
And did you observe what appeared to be reddish stains on the blanket that she was wrapped in?
I did.
As a result of learning that there perhaps would not be a necessarily large amount of blood wherever the child was killed with the blunt force trauma, did that impact your decision whether or not to go back to the trailer to conduct any further search for a crime scene?
It did. We made the decision at that point not to go and look for a crime scene. As you saw in the photographs, it would have been extremely difficult to locate anything new at that point. The trailer had been gone through numerous times by numerous personnel. It was searched under a search warrant. Nothing was detected that would have shown any type of violent crime scene at all.
When you were there inside of the trailer on October the 7th, did you ever observe any area that looked suspicious to you where there was blood or any evidence of an area where there perhaps was a blunt force trauma inflicted upon the child?
No, we didn't see anything at all at that point.
Did any of the deputies who had gone in before you and after you and the crime scene investigator after you point any of those areas out to you?
No.
Did the mother of the child, Cortney Bell, who was looking throughout the trailer herself and pointing out areas of interest to you, along with Mr. McNabb, did anybody find a suspicious area in the trailer that they pointed out to you?
No, nothing at all.
If, in fact, luminol testing or some sort of blood detection technique was used by crime scene investigators and some amount of blood was found in the trailer that was somehow able to be connected to Caliyah McNabb, would that necessarily indicate that she was killed inside of the trailer?
I suppose it would have depended upon the amount of blood, but not necessarily, no.
Would you expect Caliyah McNabb's DNA to be inside that trailer?
Absolutely.
Now, after the crime scene, after the autopsy on the 9th, I want to back up now then to the 8th. When the body was found on October the 8th, I believe you indicated that you went out to Henderson Mill.
I did.
Were you aware at that time that Mr. McNabb had a probation violation warrant for him?
Yes.
And did you make a decision at that time? Well, let me back up. Did law enforcement get a chance to notify Cortney Bell before family members did about the body being found?
I don't believe so. I believe family members notified her first.
And at some point in time, did you learn that Miss Bell, Miss Mackey, and Miss Hamby, along with little Jeremiah, Miss Mackey's child, were coming to the trailer park?
Yes, I did.
And did you learn that Mr. McNabb was in that vehicle?
Yes,
And did you learn what Mr. McNabb did in terms of exiting that vehicle?
I did.
What efforts were then taken at that point in time to apprehend Mr. McNabb?
At that point, we did know that we had an active probation warrant on Mr. McNabb, and due to his running, for lack of a better term, his level of interest rose somewhat. So we had a pretty big type search party sent out for Mr. McNabb at that point.
Why would the fact that Christopher McNabb ran from that car upon learning that his child's body or his child had been found, whether or not he learned that the child was dead or that the child was just found alive, why would that have heightened your suspicion of him?
Well, in my experience, innocent people don't run. So basically that just raises the level of suspicion that much more.
Did you learn where Mr. McNabb had run to?
We did.
And where was that?
He ran, got out of the car and ran up the hill behind the Marathon gas station right there at the intersection, and stayed in the woods the whole time until he came out later on that evening at the Chevron at 2:13.
In the meantime, while the search was still ongoing for Mr. McNabb, did you have Ms. Bell transported back to the sheriff's office for an interview about what had just occurred in the car?
I did.
And was that interview also recorded?
It was.
And was Ms. Bell again advised of her Miranda rights as she was the prior day on the 7th in the first interview?
She was.
And did she agree to waive those rights and speak with you?
She did.
Your Honor, I believe the Miranda waiver form has already been admitted into evidence in a previous hearing, and that would be, okay, that's right, you just re-advised her of her rights?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence and State's Exhibit number 80 at this time and offer to play it for the jury.
Any objection? No objection. Be
Which-
admitted without objection.
Which
Ladies
is
and gentlemen, the jury
it's sad
will
because it's
move
not
on
true.
Charge to you about a defendant giving a statement can be used against that defendant, not the other defendant. Is that correct? Okay, everybody's nodded yes.
I hope this audio's better.
Judge, can I note for the record before they start too that when I say no objection, I mean no objection based on previous rulings of the court and the agreements between the parties. There have been hearings regarding all these, and we've done the best we can to tailor these to the court's rulings and to agreements of the parties.
Okay. Be noted for the record.
I know it's not, but you know how it goes.
I'll leave the door open for now, and I'm fixing to come right back in here.
I didn't ask him.
Oh, well, we all do. Okay. Be right back with you.
Who is that was speaking with Cortney Bell?
That would be Corporal Freeman. He was in for part of the interview also, actually most of the interview.
Love her.
I love you.
For the record, I'm stopping at 34 seconds, Judge, just to cut out dead time and starting back at about 1:20.
I did think we were on Ghost Adventures for a second.
1:28.
Hey,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm cold.
Okay.
Took my jacket out of Lauren's car.
All right.
Now I'm stopping at 1:47, and I'm gonna forward it to about 3:15. Starting at 3:14.
He's got a phone with him.
Thanks, Hamilton.
Yeah.
Y'all can go get him.
I appreciate that.
But I think that it went dead. They had him in it, but I think it had that. I can, if there's no way I can connect Wi-Fi, I can call him on Facebook, it will alert me when you find them, even if you don't connect, they'll notify me.
What's that, his shoes?
He's gonna get your jacket. I'm gonna contact my phone.
Mom came back, that white black one.
Oh,
I'm just bringing the rain got to me.
just hold on to it for now. Are you gonna be here? I know you're gonna stay or, yeah, since I got multiples. Mom,
I might be monetized and demonetized within 24 hours. They're gonna be like, we made a mistake. We're back in the fishbowl. I tried to get us out of the fishbowl, but now we're back. We're back. And, yes. Stormy, I have worn my AirPods or whatever to the grocery store and had to try to not smile because I'm about to bust out laughing. I'm thinking people are going to think I'm nuts. This is either gonna go over really well or really poorly today. I don't know which, but don't worry. I'm not even gonna look. I'm not gonna find out. Yeah, they better throw that. Yep. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm just mad we're back in the fishbowl. But here we go. Put on your swimming trunks. Ah. All right, Stormy. I might stream Sunday. I'm not sure yet. So, but I'll put up obviously a thing before I start my show. But if not, hopefully we can see you next week, and we'll finish this fun show up and move on to Adam Montgomery whenever they start. So if I don't see you before next week, have a good weekend. All right. Everybody got your swimming trunks on, bathing suits, your floaties. Let's go.
Was the baby that's in there, and and his mom is in the break room. I just left him there. When I get finished with the other lady in just a little bit, they're gonna swap out and watch the baby. But I guess, just in case we might need it. Okay, thank you.
Not really.
All right. Bail is your last name, right?
You're assuming I have pants on right now.
Cortney. Okay. Middle name? Marie? Okay. What's your date of birth, please? Okay. So, tell me what's going on now today. What's happening today?
They stayed with my cousin last night.
Your cousin is Craig, and him, Craig?
Yeah.
All right, that's Weatherford, right?
My mama came to my house this morning. The person I told me was over here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Was,
So we went to her house,
when you say we,
me and Chris,
you and Chris, okay.
we went to her house. I got ready to do my makeup and my hair. And she was like, "Hey, give me keys." I was waiting to leave. My mom came into my room and took my baby. Because of all the people he had in and out there, that I was definitely trying to just talk to. I lied to y'all yesterday when you told me that he had me a beat. I had bruised on my back and my butt. I had bruised there all in my arm. So there.
When did he hit you?
I ain't beat you.
Mm-hmm.
Just whenever he gets ready to knock.
When's the last time you remember he hit you?
I think that was the last time, it was a bad time. That they gave me another time after that.
Okay. Be good about when that happened. I'm gonna step out for a second. I'll be right back.
Sorry. I was
That was at the.
I was
trailer?
texting. I was responding to a text, and then I had to send Carmen a text. I had to send her a phone number, and you got stuck.
That was Friday.
Okay. I called my dad Thursday morning. So Thursday morning. Caller. Did I get my kids back Friday morning?
Yes.
Okay, so it was Thursday when I took her to the doctor, and went back down there to my dad, and called him to come get me. I called him to come get me, because he pushed me out in the driveway, and I was trying to get the car that he was in. Do you need to know who he was with that morning? I mean, they're not gonna wanna talk to y'all.
No, what I'm trying to figure out is.
I don't give a damn what, you know.
What I'm trying to figure out right now is the day that he hit you last.
Thursday.
Thursday? And where did he hit you at?
In the house before he left out.
Okay. This is about scheduled homicide. So Thursday, in the house, there.
In the side of the back of my head, sometimes it went to my face. I think at the time, back of my head.
Where were y'all at in Thursday? In the living room, couch?
Pushed something over or kicked the table. And then he hit me and he stormed out. And he was trying to leave. I went to the car trying to leave with him. He unlocked his door. They were arguing with me for about 10 minutes. About, he gets out of the car and pushed me down the driveway.
Okay.
I was still on the driveway, and the lady in the park that had white charger, with the camera in her door.
Okay.
I was still in the driveway when she drove by.
Okay. So that was on Thursday?
And they took off, yeah.
About what time?
Around 7.
Around 7 a.m. or p.m.? Okay, 7 a.m. So around 7 a.m. that morning, he hit you in the head in the house, and then he pushed you down out in the yard, which caused a problem. Okay. So that's not from the fight that you had with that girl? She started off by telling me she had lied about the fact that he hit her.
And everybody knew it. I shut it. And I tried to defend him against myself, find out from her. And there was this man with her. He was good with him, I don't understand. I just saw something in his eyes when she was born. He didn't chorus up. And I could see the change in how he felt as a father. I don't.
You guys hear that? This is what they do when I'm not with them. If you can't hear it, the dogs are howling again. Yes, Carmen, that's Rue, the only one in tune. She's not in here, they're downstairs. That's how loud it is. All right, they're done now. I just wanted you to hear what I was hearing. Didn't miss out.
So, we get in the car. Like I said, my phone don't have a minute. We get text on it, but it has no minute to got it.
You got in the car with me today?
We got in the car to go for me to talk to Channel 2. To plead and beg, I want to bring my baby back to my home.
Yeah, I don't think she did it.
To my
I do think she may have known about it.
So your mom lives at Riverside?
or suspected.
What's your mom's name? Andy? That's the same mom that you told me yesterday you don't have any relationship with?
Yes, before that she didn't talk to me. She needed to be my mom. Well, went back into my life. And we went to her house and I got ready to come talk to you. And as we're getting in the car, I got a message on Facebook from Craig. I'm connected to Wi-Fi. I got a message on Facebook from Craig and Brianna. I thought Brianna first, and she was calling. And then she said they found her. And then I seen Craig and he was calling. And he said they found the baby. And I had some kind of, but when I said they found her, he started acting crazy. I'm like, he was going to jail and there, I think he did this. I'm like, I hear she's not still alive. And he just,
What's the total? Where did he jump out of?
Marathon 36.
I think that may be right.
He was going there, but it was stopped. He walked through the grass toward the back parking lot. Where he jumped out.
So, were y'all still sitting in front of the bank, red light headed?
Yeah.
Okay, so you were on that side?
Yeah.
Okay, sitting in front of the- okay. Where would he be going up there? Does he know anybody at the one?
No, she's really working.
Okay, so if he, there's nobody around the area that he might want to see.
I mean, there was a couple people or places, but I mean, it was all shot.
Right there in that area. And he would go to him, so. We'll get to that in just a minute, but I'm just trying to, kind of trying to figure out what his frame of mind was at the moment when he got that call. So, what I heard you say was, he made the statement, they're gonna think I did this.
Without knowing if she was dead or alive.
Because all you said was they found her.
That's all I was told.
Yeah.
I called my Aunt Kim, I forgot this part. I called my Aunt Kim and I asked her where my baby was. And she just kept putting it off and putting it off. And I had her on speaker. And I said, is my baby alive? And Lauren Freeman, I think my mom was saying something, the car was chaotic.
Was that before or after he jumped out of the car?
Both, because I never called her back.
The first time you called her?
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah.
There's so much going on.
I understand. I'm just trying to confirm, you said that she called you? You first,
I asked her, is my baby alive? A couple times, and she finally answered me and said, what do you think? She was on the side of the road all night. They found her in a backpack. But I'm not sure he was still in the car. No, she said that.
okay. Had he already made the statement though at that point, they're gonna think I did this?
Yeah,
He made that
Yes.
before you ever called your aunt?
yeah.
Okay. That's an important fact, and I wanna be sure that
Yes, sir.
we're sure on that.
Yes, sir.
And he was saying, I don't think I did this.
That's why yesterday I looked at him in the eyes and I asked him, as a mama, I just have to ask you this.
I don't think we'll ever know,
Did you
Hamilton.
do this? Did something something happened to her and they're trying to cover this up. Did you do it? No, we promised you that it wasn't. Okay. And then there was something funny when he said, I knew damn well Cortney didn't do it because she was asleep. But I didn't believe it. It's what that comment he made yesterday, I think, to me and Chris.
Crazy guy I talked to last night.
My cousin, you know, it's the one of it. And me and Chris, and Chris, we became good friends too.
And that's Craig that was with y'all. He's the one we walked out to the laundry
Right,
lot.
Jack.
Yeah.
I told him.
Did Chris make any other statements before he jumped out there?
Yeah, but that car came back.
Do you remember anything that was said?
Lauren was screaming really loud.
Who was Norman?
The driver, the girl today.
Okay. The one
That
that's
was
in the
my
break room?
brother's baby's mom.
Okay. So she was screaming really loud? Was he screaming? Talking about
I
Chris?
think he just got mad or something. I don't know. I gotta go, I gotta get out of Marathon. Stop at Marathon.
Did you ask him, did he do it?
I was scared of him. And I wanted him to get out. I didn't want him beside me no more. I don't know.
Let's change the subject for just a minute. You mentioned a while ago a book bag. You said that you were told the baby was found in a book bag. And,
I believe Mike Kim said that.
okay. Did he own any kind of book bags?
He owns a couple different book bags.
Can you describe them?
One is black and it's up kind of like that.
Uh-huh.
And it's got one shoulder belt on it.
Okay.
The other's a drop string bag where it's blue on the front with a red Jordan symbol,
Uh-huh.
I believe. And then red on the other side with the opposite, you know.
Okay. Is there anything, any other bags like that?
That's why I was asking what does the book bag look like. Because I honestly believe someone came into my home and took my child, especially last night when I found out this girl that I had made her name was Carrie Garner. She was sitting at the kitchen table whispering the other night, and I made her leave because I don't like that kind of stuff in my house. And then she stole back cigarettes from my car, as she was waiting on whoever she had come outside. And after I realized they were phones the next morning, I called her and I asked her to just get on me. She said, yeah, Shane gave me a pack of cigarettes, but I didn't know that they were hers, so I told her that they was, and I don't know who stole them, but I'm kind of forgiving. Anyway, she cried and everything, and I thought that since I made her mad, and then I found out that she supposedly sold 2 of her babies for dope money, I really thought that she had something to do with it. And being that her baby dad is Jamie Stevens, which is Missy's boyfriend that stays in the apartment for top.
Is that Melissa?
Yeah, Melissa. Her boyfriend is Jamie Stevens, and that's Terry Garner's baby daddy. And Missy and Jamie have been all up in the house, and they knew where my children slept.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, they knew everything. I honestly thought that that's what had happened.
Okay.
But I kept asking what it looked like real quick. And when I found out, the officer, that was talking to me when he had me sitting in the car, at home, he was writing out what the book bag looked like. And then I asked it out, and I needed to know. I feel like he looked up there. And so when he did it, but it's not that I don't know.
straight between now and next.
I've been reading so many things on Facebook and I haven't commented and I'm just going to talking them in and.
Here's the thing, we're not putting any information out on Facebook, so everything you're reading is crap that.
I mean, I didn't read
coming up
it,
with.
I was told that by different people that were home before God came.
Well, I can't disclose to you the situation right now. Hopefully soon we can, but right now, there's facts that we've got to hold right now. And listen, I would love to just sit and tell you everything that I know right now, because I know it would give you some comfort. But for the integrity of finding justice for your baby, we've got to hold some information right now. But
Sounding better.
I promise you, the minute we can give it to you, you'll get it. Okay? And just trust us to do what we have to do. So, does he?
I changed something. Is it any better at all?
No.
It's a little better on my end. No, it sounds like that guy ate the microphone again. But I can understand him just a little better, but I didn't know if you guys could or not.
This is unreal.
Oh, okay. Let me put it back.
October 28, 2012.
I didn't change my volume.
And me and Chris got together April 15, 2014. I had a marina. And it was so loud. And I got pregnant with Chris. And I saw my stillborn this morning. Okay, now that was all. Lord.
Okay.
Whoopsies.
Why was that so rude? I had so many questions.
What code?
You remember I told y'all that I secured the room because I kept thinking that the light was waking her up the night like that. I looked up.
Okay.
I think I told you. And I took and moved the tote of clothes. And it was the lowest tote of clothes, the smallest one. And I put it on top of the big tote in the corner. I took her sleeper that she slept in. I put it in front of the air conditioner. Between this tote, this two totes, and I followed it. I turned the air down, turned the temperature down. I made sure the tote was not all fall, could not fall, could not move by itself. But then I woke up and she was gone. On the bed was a fucking tote that I put on top of my bed. I could not put my head around why.
So the tote was on, not where you put it, it was over on the bed?
Right. He said he had not been through it. you know, now, I
And
just
then
need to,
someone said yesterday, this morning.
Sad we can hear the other conversation better.
When we got back, my Aunt Karen told us in the living room, that they said that we refused the search,
but,
that we refused the search, that y'all had to get a search warrant.
yeah, I'm not ever saying we refused to search. We
And I didn't.
We did get a
And I'm
search.
unaware of it.
We did get a search warrant, but that's normal practice. We
Right,
didn't-
because I called
Because we
you,
never
y'all
even,
did search.
right, and we never even asked you permission. to
Right.
search. We
Right,
just-
that's what I
we
said,
just-
I was never asked, that's why I called him.
Mhm. No, listen,
Why was she overlooked? Why didn't y'all find the mystery?
ma'am, let me tell you something. We have a lot of people.
I didn't know what she already like that when she was thinking whatever she was put under her,
Well,
whatever.
all those are questions we're gonna get answered. We put in a lot of hours, a lot of manpower, and a lot of resources yesterday in that search.
I
And
think they found it.
I'm not sure because I've been here. One thing I do want to say, and don't take this as now, don't take this in the wrong way. This is simply a precautionary statement here. I'm not accusing in any way. But I just want to make sure you understand that just like you lied to us about him hitting on you, if there's anything else that you need to
We
do,
used drugs. But that don't make me a bad mama. I made sure my babies were okay.
what kind of drugs did you use?
Weed.
Weed
Meth.
and meth? Okay.
But I had been clean for the longest.
Yeah.
And then he cheated on me. And he kept talking to other females. And I was put through so much. He hit on me.
I understand.
I'm so weak.
Yeah.
But I made sure my babies were okay.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you lied about or that you left out?
No,
I mean, now's the time.
no,
Yep.
Yeah.
that's it. Tell me whatever I gotta do to prove that.
They might be able to in the courtroom.
All right. I want to go back to, one more time, because I want to make sure we're clear. And I want to go back to when Christopher made the statement, I gotta get out of this car, they don't think I did it. Was
Susie's going to the bar.
anything said that you can remember, and I think you already told me this, was there any indication given to him or said by you that the baby was deceased? I'm talking about that you would have said to him. Okay, so that would have had to have been knowledge he had prior. Okay. I'm gonna talk to these other ladies. I think you heard the discussion out there as well as I have about, sounds like they're ready to go.
What they were saying.
But I'm gonna go ahead and get them talked to right quick. Time is 17:02. I'm gonna be ending this interview at this time. I may come back and talk to you again, okay? I understand that. Let me find out what's going on out here. And then I'm not gonna make you a promise one way or the other right this second. I mean, let me step out. I understand. I will leave this door open until I get back to you. All right? I'm gonna get you some tissue also.
advertising this at 3439. Who was those loud females out in the hallway?
Sure, that would have been Pamela Hamby and Lauren Mackey, and the Jeremiah, the child, were out there.
Okay. For the
Oh, that
record,
was
I'm
her
gonna start back
mom.
just at 3549 as close as I can get to it because Mr. Freeman comes right back down.
Yeah, that was her mother out there that we were hearing. Now I really do want to know what she was saying.
He hit the wall last time and well, I broke down because my hand came. Just touched me, just like
You say, what did you say when you walked in there?
he hit the wall.
He hit the wall?
Yeah.
What was that about?
And all he kept saying last night, Craig.
Yeah, they handed the jury transcripts.
All he kept
Luckies.
saying last night, Craig, he was born, but he just wants to die. He just wants to kill himself. And baby, just don't talk like that. We're gonna get her.
Yes, that was her mother.
There's so many things, different things going through my head right now.
Expect you to be a responsible adult, Carmen.
Things they said to me. Things that happened. Other things that other people said. My head's so crazy right now.
Oh, I understand. If it wasn't, it would be.
She's an addict for sure.
So you were at your house last night when he got mad and hit the wall?
Yeah, we had to take that back home.
Okay. So,
I'll school back there.
dropped you off.
All right, we walked in with my aunt Kim,
Uh-huh.
and then Craig, when he got there, he walked in, and we talked to him like that, and then Craig gets up after I'm breaking down. I'm
Gotta try.
Craig, I'm just listening. I see him cry. Not like he should.
Yeah.
And I'm like a tear at moment, I'm just numb.
Yeah.
I don't think what the thing to feel. So we hit the wall, and I mean, he just tried to make a big old thing, like he couldn't cry, but he still had that anger.
Did he tend to hit things a lot? Like you said, he hit the wall?
Yeah, or throw things, or bust things,
Yet.
or break things.
And then, of course, you already told me he hit you. What about, your 2-year-old?
Yeah.
You ever
He
seen
was
him?
giving our kid, I can't wrap a finger around it, and he didn't even like moving. Not him, but Clarissa.
Right.
When Caliyah cried, yeah, he sometimes got frustrated if she wouldn't stop, he couldn't see.
Sounds like a dog.
Not in the corner.
Can you do me a favor? Kind of changing the course again a little bit. I know you talked to Investigator Alexander yesterday. I didn't get to come up here and sit again. So I'm still a little bit vague. I was out there in the woods, I was out there
I
yesterday.
called the 1445 number,
Yeah, that's my number.
and I gave the voicemail last night, but then I called the 898, haven't been or something.
Okay.
And when I talked to him last night, he was short of me, and I called you, and I just didn't want y'all to think negative, if I call him for an update, but I just wanted to know.
Sure. Well, going back to what I was going to ask you, can we get filled in here a little bit, on Saturday morning? Those times and what all took place up until,
The morning of her meeting,
yeah.
I think I went to sleep on top. I thought he fell asleep with me. I got her quiet with him. finished feeding her for a while, and I went down on the couch.
What it sounds like.
Okay, hold on. Before, okay. So you said you fell asleep at 5?
Around
5?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna hold it to the minute. Where were you at when you fell asleep?
On the couch.
So you were on the couch. So when you started saying you got the baby quiet and he finished feeding, and then you said you went to the couch. So you went to the
The
couch
last
around 5?
memory that I have was he was, I was like this way on the couch, you know, because here's my hallway. I was like this way, my head was right here. My legs and feet were on the middle cushion.
Okay.
And he was sitting right here like he normally does. And he was
Closest to the outside wall?
back
Okay.
and I had Empire playing on the TV.
And the baby was asleep?
And the baby was in her sleeper,
And that's
There's other evidence of that.
Whoa, I'm not doing anything. I think they got tired of hearing it too.
After we got her right back up and he was feeding her.
okay. So y'all were in the
Feeding
bathroom?
her, and I went to the living room to the couch.
Okay. Did he finish feeding her in the bathroom?
He normally walks her up and down the hallway in the bathroom, back to the bedroom, and does that while I was feeding her.
Okay. So
But we were changing her, yes, in the bathroom.
did you fall asleep before he came into the living room?
No,
Okay, so you were awake
I was,
and you didn't hear any kind of commotion. Did the baby start crying or anything? So no more crying after you came to the couch? Okay, I'm sorry. So, and the baby's sleeping
in the sleeper.
bed,
In her there, yes.
for lack of a,
On the couch.
gotcha, I remember that. And it's in the back, in that back bedroom, or in the, what would be considered, I guess, the main bedroom? Your bedroom. Okay. And so the 2-year-old was asleep in the toddler bed that's in that same room? Okay. All right.
She had like a twice that much. I can't remember how.
Okay. So, but you think you fell asleep around 5, he was sitting there on his phone, y'all were both on the couch. What happened next?
That Craig showed me on his phone a screenshot of a comment on Facebook, not a comment, of his update on Facebook, 551, of his updated profile.
Chris updated his
Right now, his family, me and Craig kept that to ourselves, I don't know if he had one or nothing like it.
you said 551?
Yeah, the update.
What picture did he change it to? Can you describe it? Do you remember?
He grabbed the one, black. Some kind of little decoration that they put up around the border.
Okay. So that was at 5:51 a.m. Saturday.
That's all I can remember. Yes.
All right, so now going back to what you remember, I mean, you know that now, but 5 o'clock, you fell asleep on the couch around about.
Right.
What happened next?
I woke up to my daughter lying behind me, my 2-year-old.
Okay.
She had a wedding stamp, like she was letting the wax out in the air now, because I was putting Caliyah in front of the air, in front of the air station. Because it was not like it was waking her up.
Mm-hmm.
She had a wedding smell to her like she had been sweating. I was just thinking she was hot, maybe. Okay, so I'm trying to soothe her and love her and telling her, come here to me. I'm on her neck and I got her in front of me and I was tugging on her and I looked at Chris and I said, go sit on Caliyah. Because she likes to be rough. And
Hello?
as I was falling asleep,
His phone.
myself told myself, don't fall asleep, don't do that. Not right, don't do that. Fell asleep anyway. And then I woke up and when I told him to go check on her, it was a good 10 seconds, 15 seconds when he was back there already.
Here you go. There you go. See if you can find it. Because you know what? This would be more entertaining than what we've been not listening to because we can't understand any of it. I do have a choice, Carmen. Because remember the very first video I did and you said their nails were clicking on the floor and it was loud and annoying and to not let them in anymore? So they're not coming in. Maybe it's right there. I'm gonna have no viewers after today. Oh, we got Judge. Maybe we can understand him.
Okay? Everybody may be seated, Howard.
Well, you guys are going to get a look back for it a little bit longer because, you know. There we go. Oh, keep looking. What did you do now, Carmen?
Okay, Ms. An, you may proceed.
Investigator Alexander, in that last statement that we just played, which was your interview and Investigator Freeman's interview of Cortney Bell on October the 8th, I believe there's a reference from Investigator Freeman as to the time in this interview. Do you recall what that was?
I believe you said it's 17:02, which is 5:02 in the evening.
Would that have been prior to your interview of Mr. McNabb on that date after he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point in the statement, I believe there was a line of questioning about a blue shirt that Clarissa was wearing that her mother, Cortney, took off on the night of the 7th before Clarissa went to bed. Do you recall that conversation?
I do.
And in the transcript, I believe it says that it was described as a blue T-shirt with rainbow, and then it says indiscernible.
Right.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to the recording to see if that transcript was correct?
I have. The transcript, you want me to go on? Transcript is not correct. She just says blue regular T-shirt,
Okay. So Clarissa was wearing a blue
regular T-shirt.
that she took off?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was Mr. McNabb captured that evening by Newton County Sheriff's deputies after he jumped out of the car and ran?
He was taken into custody, yes, ma'am.
And he was taken into custody again on what type of warrant?
It was a probation warrant.
Okay, so when he was brought to the sheriff's office, was he under arrest at that point in time for murder or anything of that nature?
No, just a probation violation.
Nonetheless, did you again go over his rights with him and use the Miranda form that you had used in the previous interview the previous day?
I did.
And Your Honor, again, that's already been submitted in the record as State's Exhibit number 2, and we would resubmit it for the purpose of this trial.
Okay.
All right. When Mr. McNabb was brought into the sheriff's office, were you already there?
Hold on just a second. I don't have down, y'all know what she's talking about.
No.
We do.
Have you got it here with you on two?
Yes, Judge, it's been, I believe it's up here in evidence already.
I don't have it marked as already tendered, is what I'm saying.
Yes, they were marked as to before in the motion hearings. So we just-
That's the motions here.
Right.
So you're asking that be re-entered in this
Yes.
hearing.
Yes.
Y'all have any objections, either side?
No, sir.
So then admit it without objection.
When Mr. McNabb was brought in, after being arrested, what, can you describe what his condition was in terms of his clothing? And his
Sure,
body?
he was soaking wet. head to toe from the rain, being outside all day.
And is the sheriff's office typically warm or cool in the interview rooms?
We keep it pretty cool in there, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you then allow Mr. McNabb to remove those clothes that he was wearing that were wet and change into a gel jumpsuit?
We did right away, because he was going to be taken into custody and sent downstairs to the detention center anyway, so I had them bring up one of the detention jumpsuits to change out of his clothes.
And have you had an opportunity to review the audio recording of the interview and the video recording of the interview that you conducted with Mr. McNabb on October 8th, 2017?
I have.
Is it a fair and accurate recording?
It is.
Your Honor, I offer state's exhibit number 82 into evidence.
Judge, this is subject to the objection I made earlier, and we've had
Okay.
hearings on.
Subject to that objection, the court will admit it into evidence.
I was gonna say the judge doesn't care.
The transcript.
I'm gonna go ahead and read this one more time. Any out-of-court statement made by one of the defendants on
Oh,
trial in this
no.
case after the alleged criminal act has ended may be considered only against the person who made the statement and only if you find that such statement was freely and voluntarily made. If you find that an out-of-court statement was made to the police freely and voluntarily by a defendant on trial in the case, then you are to consider the statement only as against the particular defendant who made it. Is that clear to everybody? Okay.
No, I think we might be watching more Hamilton. That's the way I took it. Because he kind of has this running objection to this whole thing being in here. Yeah, here we go. We'll see if it's any better. Ding. Yeah, this is.
I don't know why I went to the report this one there. It was a shooting.
I think this one's worse. If that's possible.
Chris, you got drunk? Was Mark or anything? Well, I seen what we got? Yes, I don't like that anyway. You don't want any acting.
Is it worse? It's. Are we sliding past again?
Why did you want him to say anything?
I had not advised him of his rights at that point.
Okay. So the next few minutes, what are you doing? You're just trying to get him a jumpsuit up there?
Make an arrangement for him to get changed, yes, ma'am.
The defense doesn't have an objection. I was going to skip ahead past,
You got somebody up here with you, or you get everybody else? Actually, Wayne's back there. You wanna run back there and tell Wayne that what he did?
to skip ahead, Judge, to where, I believe it'll, start at about 12:40 where they actually start
Where's that on
interviewing.
our pages?
There would be at page 3 where they start interviewing them after they get all the clothing worked out.
Okay.
Big, large paragraph.
If there's any objections.
Ah,
Okay.
you guys let me know what you want to do.
Oops.
Good.
Good then? Yeah, you're gonna try it all here, obviously.
Yeah, you get it. Put that on.
Yeah, I'll take that.
All right, now we go to. We're gonna start off today, Chris, just like we did yesterday. And those are the managers and our probation.
Yes. Thank you.
We have to do this way, okay? This is the right one, just like one we went over yesterday. So I understand I have the call and rights. Number one, says I have the right to remain silent. Number two, anything I say can be used in court of law. Number three says I have the right to talk with an attorney and have that person present while I'm being questioned and while I'm being questioned. Number four says I can afford to hire an attorney when I'm being appointed by a court to represent before question, and for initials there. And number five says I can exercise my rights at any time and not answer any questions made in the statements. And this right here says, having these rights in mind, I wish to speak with law enforcement. I have not promised anything or have threatened, coerced, or forced in any way to make this statement. Understand all that? All right. You want to talk with us this evening? All right. Print and sign just like yesterday. Take this here.
I'll have to look, Hamilton. I probably can.
Like I said, now you're aware that there's a probation going on, you don't have all the details about why and all that stuff. But we'd like to talk again today, is just like we talked about yesterday, is your daughter, Caliyah. Okay? And I'm sure you're aware that she's been located, right? Okay. Tell me about how you heard this.
I was driving in the car on the way back up there from the hallway to get on the news.
Okay?
And I think her and Kim called and she had her on speakerphone and she was like, they found her. And said that she passed away.
She had passed
They
away?
said that she was located on the side of the road and that she was dead. And that I jumped.
They said all that on the phone.
That was what that lady said. Her exact words was, Chris done it. She was found on the side of the road. My old lady was asking, well, why didn't she get found with the dogs were out there?
All right.
She just kept saying that I done it. She kept saying, Chris done it. So when I stopped at the red light, I jumped out, I wasn't done.
I can kind of hear this one a little bit.
Somebody told her that she was thinking, somebody told her they thought I done it. Somebody told her, I mean, she had to have some kind of something other than her opinion, I thought.
Yeah.
So I felt like I was getting done for anyway.
Let you go home, right?
Yes, sir.
So tell me about this whole thing. Go through the day yesterday again for me.
I don't remember her anymore.
Why not?
Shock, I guess.
Yeah.
I just know that whatever happened to my child, I didn't have anything to do with it. That's all I remember. And then there was back.
Okay. We'll stay on this for just a little bit since we can hear it.
Wherever she was, I didn't have anything to do with
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
Do you have any idea where she was found?
All that lady still on the phone on the side of the road.
No. Was it on the side of the road?
Doing things other than what she did.
You wanna ask me? So, but tell me again, there was a phone on the speaker in the car?
Somebody called my girlfriend from the wrong place to the service.
Right.
And I think it was her answering on it. And she was trying to find out what was going on, because there was like Facebook messages came, like 2 or 3 of them came from 2 or 3 different people on my old lady's phone.
Okay.
It said that the baby was found.
Okay.
And she didn't have any data, so she couldn't.
All right. Here's my thing. Are we lost though because we couldn't hear the other ones? Should we just go past it? Because if you guys can hear it better, I can hear this one a little bit better. It's still really hard for me, but that doesn't mean it's not that you guys can't hear it, because I know that works that way all the time. So I don't want Roseanne to fall asleep. I don't, because now I don't even know. I don't know where we're at. I've tuned out most of it because I couldn't understand it. I, yeah, let me know. Let me see how much longer this goes on. We got ceiling, and then they're gonna go to lunch. We can go to there, because then they come back. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's just us here. Everybody else has left the building, including Elvis. He's like, this stream is dead. I'm out. I don't like dead things. Let's see what we got here. You didn't. Nothing. Story comes in. What I'd miss? Nothing. 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 More videos and us just going past them. Yes, this whole day. I think that they have transcripts, so they can at least hear them or read them. Yes. Oh my goodness. If anybody tries to watch this on replay, they're going to be like, WTF is wrong with you? Yeah, poor jurors. And the transcripts obviously aren't correct, 100% correct, because they've already corrected them. Well, there's a little bit left here. Yes, Story missed Roseanne saying she's going to take a nap. I mean, I don't have a problem with them watching these videos, with the interrogation videos, because if they're good, you can get a lot of information off of them. And on the Jesse Krzyzewski trial, that's what completely took me over to the fact that she did that she put the eye drops, gave Lynn the eye drops, because her video, her deposition, well, she just kept wanting to talk to the police and wanting to talk to the police over and over and over. And then all of a sudden, she just got stupid. She was talking about burying things in the park and all this other stuff. And it was just like, oh, you're so guilty. You're so guilty. Yep. They could have just warned us. This audio is awful. Yeah, I wish I would. I don't remember what I was watching when that one was on. Because I wasn't streaming yet. Let's see what we have here.
Am I ready?
Can we just, for a standpoint of scheduling, judge the inmates in the back, after we finish asking Mr. Alexander questions, I know both defense attorneys are going to cross. The bailiffs are asking, can they go ahead, or should they go ahead and transport those back?
Yes. Anything else?
Oh, today's chat was a freaking blast. I just hope it shows up on replay. I have it turned on too. They may not find it as funny as we did though. Well, they left. We love you too, Hamilton.
Okay, everybody may be seated. Nicole, you may continue.
Investigator Alexander, you and Mr. McNabb were speaking in that last interview about
I've not watched
Matthew
those.
Lester, and whether or not Mr. Lester had actually gone to report, I guess, his beating up.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Can we get some pictures here?
Mr. McNabb, that he had not, is that correct?
that's correct.
Are you aware of whether in fact Mr. Lester did in fact make a report to the police?
He actually did, yes, ma'am.
And what month was that in?
September 13th or so, I believe.
Was that close in time to when Ms. Bell believed that it was?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Now, were you aware that
Thank you. Me
Cortney
too.
Bell was
I'm
indicted
glad you
in
found it too.
January of 2018?
Yes,
And were you aware that Cortney Bell was arrested on January the 7th of 2018?
yes,
And did you go to the sheriff's office the following day, which would have been on a Sunday, to interview her?
I did.
And was that interview recorded?
It was.
And did you advise Ms. Bell of her rights pursuant again to
Thank you.
Miranda?
I did.
And did you utilize the same form, but obviously a new form, to advise of her rights?
Yes, I did.
I believe that's already here as well, Judge, on the exhibit. Investigator Alexander.
Thank you.
Showing you.
I hope so. And yes, you will always be the OGs.
Safety exhibit number 6, do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is the Miranda form that I went over with Ms. Bell actually on the 7th of January.
And is that the original form that covered each one of the rights that she has pursuant to Miranda?
Yes,
And did you, in the same way that you did on a previous occasion, have her initial next to each and every one of the rights acknowledging that she understood that right?
I did.
Did you have her sign that form indicating that she was willing to waive those rights and speak to you?
I did.
Was she threatened or promised anything to speak with you?
Not at all.
Coerced in any way?
Not at all.
Not enough for State's exhibit number 6 into evidence?
Submitted without objection.
Have you had a chance to listen to the recording of the interview with Ms. Bell?
Seriously.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of the interview? This is an audio interview only, is that correct?
That's correct.
Oh,
Your Honor, it offers State's Exhibit number 86 into evidence.
it might be better. It's audio only.
Without objection.
Tendering State's 87 into evidence, which is a transcript of that interview. May I publish?
There's hope. There's hope it might be better. Not much, but a little. We're all waiting on the edge of our seats here. Why you gotta dim the lights?
The record decision started at about 1:05 because there's some dead time in the beginning.
Is that gonna affect the first page?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Is that gonna affect, we're all on the first page?
No, Your Honor, I don't believe so.
I don't know what you mean. Do we need to be directed to a page? Or is it the first page?
Judge, I don't believe so. I believe it just, there's some dead time where she's sitting in the interview room and it starts at 1:05 since it's on a digital recorder as opposed to.
I just tried to type "was it good" on my phone and it put "was it God?" It's just been that kind of a day.
Playing last night.
Uh-oh, lawyers and tech. They have the Jeopardy theme.
Trying to get the play, Judge, I'm sorry.
She would deserve it. They're good dogs. They're very lazy.
I'm gonna have my investigator just bring another copy down, Judge, from upstairs.
I wouldn't say they're hard to train. The problem I have right now is our youngest one likes to eat the wall.
Y'all go ahead and start.
So
Y'all looking down. Let's go back and-
they
Put it in your lap so
are
you won't be
super wound up right now. They are running up. I don't know if you can hear them. They're running up and down the stairs.
And there's been a trial I've been in, where they're able to get all the equipment to work the right way, all through the trial.
Yeah, there's something about drywall. She likes to eat the drywall.
Dead time for me to ask y'all, this tape they're about to play is 19 pages. It's gonna be about,
But our oldest Dane,
about 40 minutes.
she just turned 12, or 12,
Oh, she'll finish up
10
her
on Monday.
examination
So
with him, and then we would go into cross-examination.
she's still going.
But my question is, how late do y'all want to go? Because I don't know how long the cross-examination's gonna take. Can y'all give me any kind of idea on the defendant's
They can be.
size?
I would think at least half an hour.
Half an hour?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, with that,
Yes.
then I want to go ahead and finish his testimony today.
Carmen
Okay, then
Hensley turned 10 on
we have
Monday.
4 state witnesses left, but they're not the lengthy witnesses, I would not assume, like, not anything against Mr. Alexander, but not against like that. So those are my thoughts, that we would probably do it that way.
Well, they're figuring out their tech for, I'll just pause it for a second. That's what pissed me off so much about Shonda and her training Great Danes to be service dogs, because they're not service dogs. They're too big and people are scared of dogs. So I just thought that was super irresponsible from her. I mean, that wasn't the only thing that made me mad about that woman, but probably so. The only other big incident we had with them so far is Hensley, the one that just turned 10. We didn't know that she had separation anxiety until I wasn't around. And my husband came home. I had actually gone to visit Carmen, and my husband came home, and all the furniture was moved to the middle of the room, and it looked like it snowed in the house. we didn't have any furniture left. She ate it. Yeah, the service dog thing, it's not a good idea. And it's like I said on the video that for me, when I take my Danes to the vet, well, I'm gonna take one at a time unless I'm going not by myself. But I call, even if the parking lot's empty, I call before I go inside, before I take them inside, because I forget how big they are, and they don't look that big to me anymore. But then when I get them in outside into another, place, it's not my house, and I see another person's reaction to them, like, oh my gosh, that's a big dog. Well, if they don't mind dogs, it's fine. But if they are scared of dogs, my dog is huge. So I always call. I don't ever just take them in anywhere, because I just want to be respectful. For me, with Shonda, she's short. She's a shorter, small, like, woman. They're huge. And it was just all a look at me thing. Look at me control this dog, because she's a narcissist. So it was totally irresponsible of her. And they don't have a long lifespan. I mean, Hensley's 10. She's at the top. So I'm not saying don't put all the time and effort into them, because of course, but how much service dogs are expensive. So why put that much money into that dog that's probably not a great choice for that, and then they don't live that long anyway? It was an attention thing for me, for her. But I will just say this. Great Danes are the sweetest dogs. Mine are wound up because there's 3 of them, so they feed off each other. And then we got Carmen's dog, Rue, here, who's a German Shepherd. But for the most part, they don't care. They just don't do anything. They sleep. And they don't eat that much. Everybody thinks they eat us. Well, I'd say they eat us out of house and home, but they literally eat the house sometimes. But yeah. Sorry, Carmen. Rue is not a saint. Rue is Carmen's profile picture. So Karma's dog and my youngest Dane, they're BFFs. They are just two peas in a pod, and they go do whatever. And then I've got the 10-year-old, and Hank he'll be 9 in June. So I have my two olds, my two youngs, and when the two older ones are not here anymore, we will just have the two youngins. They're not going to be replaced because 4 dogs of that size is a lot to have in the house. So there's that. We have gone through here in about, depending on what they decide to do here, we've gone through 2 full days today. Once we finish up here. So day 5, the state rest and the defense rest. So we can probably do day 5 and maybe the final day. The final day is going to be a little bit longer, but we might be able to do those in one day and be done with this, because I didn't know it was going to turn into such a crap show. And, I know a lot of people, they are very expensive. I know people that have done fundraisers for because their child needed a service dog. And I don't have any idea about taking them on a cruise ship to take them to, out of the country. I have no idea how that would work. Yeah, I don't know. So you guys want to watch the rest and see what happens here, and then we can probably finish this up on Monday and wait for the Adam Montgomery trial to start. They're doing jury selection Wednesday, and it says it's going to start immediately. I was looking at some court documents last night trying to figure out if they were going to do jury selection and start on the same day. I'm thinking they'll probably start Thursday, which means I won't be able to start till Friday. But we'll just get to that. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Oh, I'm sure there's a ton of paperwork. I mean, think about how much trouble Amber Heard and Johnny Depp got into trying to sneak their dogs into Australia. All right, Gabrielle. If I could make a spitting noise, I would. But I can't. It would just be embarrassing.
I promise you, as of 9 o'clock last night at work, Judge. I'm not sure what's not working.
Sure it did.
I apologize.
Have you got another disc in?
We're trying to have one sent down from upstairs. That's what Miss Stone just went upstairs to get.
We don't really control the air. We don't seem to control the thermostats down here. Because in modern computer ages, I used to get when they first built the building, in that courtroom number 1, I know it's been like a meat locker sometimes. And I'll get over there and start saying, well, just turn up the heat or something. And they come back and tell me, well, that has to be done through Gainesville. I said, Gainesville? What are you talking about? Yeah, we got called to Gainesville. And they call up, they come back, and they say the temperature's fine, Judge. What do you mean they're saying it's fine? And I literally bought out a thermometer to put on my desk, because they'd be up in Gainesville saying, no, y'all comfortable down there, it's like 72. And of course, my thermometer would say like 52, and they've always been that way. So I guess we're now structured, Ms. Hayes, through Gainesville again. Because right now, to me, it's okay. But it was real cold this morning. And I guess
Hey,
it takes a while. For
I
the
did
building
have to
heat
walk
up or
uphill
something.
both ways to school because I
But
had
they-
to walk
but they
up
turn
a
it
hill
off.
when I left
That's
my
what she
house.
was just telling me.
Then I would go
They
down the
make
hill,
sure that
but
they're
then I
not
had to
gonna turn
walk
it off until we get finished.
up the hill when I
Because
came
that'd be
home.
one heck of a
And then
note.
go back
Real
down
cold
the
this
hill.
morning, sweat
So
dripping
I
off of you
did
this
have to walk
afternoon.
both ways, uphill both ways, and I did do it in the snow.
Got it working on another laptop, guys.
Well, I don't know that he needs to run it continually, because I think it's one of the problems.
That's,
They got it
that's
set
how old
so
I
it runs
am.
overnight like that. It's a meat locker when we get here in the morning time. Y'all see the vast power of a Superior Court judge, a chief judge. I don't even control the temperature in here.
Where she went. Oh, she's on the phone. All right, come on, Judge, figure out what you're doing. No, you do not. You and Hamilton both live in Florida. Carmen has lived in Florida. My son Brandon, that was here earlier, he has lived in
There was a
Florida.
big murder case
I've
way
never lived in
back. I don't even
Florida.
think it was murder. I don't know what it was, back in the 80s that I was in. Are y'all ready? Oh, they're ready. See, I was about to tell you a story, and they're all ready. We'll see how this one works.
You guys are representing Florida. Oh, that sound.
About 10 minutes after 11 on, what's the date today? January 7th, 2018. Just like before we do any talking. No. Is it C-O-U or C-O? C-O-R, T-N-E-Y, Marie, right? Okay, this is your ground stomach. Actually, I'll look up there.
We got a Jersey girl.
Like I said, that's the line the rights waiver form, and it says, I understand you have the following rights. Number one, it says I have to remain silent, you understand that? So there's really that box right there, so you understand. Number two,
All right, how is it? I know how it is on my end. How is it? You can? Okay, I'll put it back. You guys have to probably tell me what it says. Oh, the Poconos. Hamilton. You wouldn't like to go in the mountains in Colorado then.
Can be used against me in court of law, do you understand that? Okay. Number three, I have the right to talk with an attorney and have that person present while I'm being questioned, do you understand that? Number four, if I cannot afford to hire an attorney, one would be appointed by the courts to represent me before questioning, do you understand that? Number five says I can exercise my rights at any time and not answer any questions or make any statements, do you understand that? Okay, and the last line right there says, having these rights in mind, I wish to speak with law enforcement. I have not been promised anything, nor have I been threatened, coerced, or forced in any way to make this statement. Do you understand that? You still want to talk with me this morning, right? Okay.
So why am I being charged for murder?
Well, because the DA's office has decided, you're actually being charged with murder in second degree.
It's still murder, and I didn't do this, and it had nothing to do with any of it. I didn't even know about it.
There is, do you know the other charges you're being charged with also?
Yeah, I wrote them down.
Okay. With the
Well,
cruel
to children,
children.
second degree, and then that one I don't know what it means.
Okay, it's contributing to the deprivation of a child. Which basically means that because of the improper care and the things that have been going on in the household. with the
That's the
drug
only
use.
thing that I should be charged with.
Well,
Okay.
and that's something that you, your attorney, and the prosecutor's office will have to talk about, okay? One of the things that.
And I've already, we talked about that, and I agreed to that.
Who talked about what?
When we first spoke, I told you that I had been, I was completely honest. I told y'all what all went on and what all happened and what all we did, and
I'm not sure, Stormy. I guess would be
I am
public
guilty
defenders.
of somewhat neglect because I did drugs. But I didn't never see this coming. That's my baby. I went to fucking sleep and I woke up and she's gone. This just drove me crazy every goddamn day.
And how have you dealt with it?
I'm self-medicated.
Doing what?
Drugs. But for the last week, I ain't even had a taste for drugs. I want help.
Mm-hmm.
I had drugs on me yesterday, but I hadn't even done any. I went to sleep the night before, and I had woke up 2 hours prior to being arrested. Had drugs on me, didn't want the drugs, didn't do any of them.
Other than that night you went to sleep the night before, when was the last time you slept or ate right?
I'd have to think for a minute. I just woke up.
It's been that long,
No, it's not been that long. There's a lot of things going on in my life.
huh? Mm-hmm. Like what?
Like me not having nowhere to go because of all this. My home was took from me, my family was took from me, my car was took from me.
How are you getting around?
I wasn't just rides from people. But I have, I'm alone. I'm alone to fight all this by myself.
What are you fighting?
This traumatic fucking experience that I'm going through.
Why are you trying to do it alone? When you
What do I have?
Well, I'm sure D-Backs could have helped you out.
So they're gonna be by my side.
I don't know if they're gonna be by your side.
Right.
You know, somebody could have probably helped you out get into the program or something. But you gotta admit you took it on yourself to go ahead and.
I didn't know how. I didn't know how to just walk into a center and just sign myself in. I didn't know how.
When was the last time you saw Clarissa?
Well over a month.
And where is she now, do you know?
And my dad.
She's living with your dad now?
I talk to her every day.
You do talk to her every day?
I miss my baby. I miss my babies.
How come you haven't been in touch with me since the beginning of October?
I tried to call you.
You called me one time.
I tried to call you back when I didn't have, when I didn't come up here when you wanted me to. It's been so long, I don't remember what it was, but something had happened. Oh, I didn't even have my car then. And I didn't have a ride. I think my aunt Kim. The day that I talked to you, I was supposed to be there that Thursday or something. I didn't have anywhere to live. I didn't have nothing.
What about your mom?
What matters to me is she don't fuck with me.
Your dad won't let you stay there?
I can't because Clarissa don't lose her.
Your dad and your grandparents live together, is that right?
I wish I could have went home. That's what I needed was my family. But I don't deserve this at all. I'm hurting every single fucking second of the day. For Clarissa and for Caliyah. Clarissa hardly even talks anymore. She had the same little girl, and it hurt so bad. I just didn't know how. You know, like I'm supposed to just know what to do. Or know how to do it. I'm hurt. My pain goes so deep. I can't believe this shit's fucking happened. This is a fucking nightmare.
I imagine it is. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you I don't understand what you're going through, because I don't.
I go sit with her all the time and talk to her.
Where you go sit with her at?
And cry.
When was the last time you did that?
The day I got out because I don't have a vehicle.
I don't know the answer to that, Roseanne. Because,
Where's her grade?
sorry guys, we were talking about this the other day. If she had any drugs in her system when she was born and she went through withdrawals, she'd cry all the time, right? Like they'd those babies that you see going through withdrawal. It's confusing on if she was left. I don't think she left the hospital with her, right? We've heard that. But if she had drugs in her system, would they have given her back? Wouldn't they put her in foster care till they got clean? So I'm not sure. And she was premature, so which the drugs could have caused. If she's a smoker, that could have caused it. I don't know. And was busy, so I don't know what ew and ya gross and what's up with this town and bad cameras and boogers means. Other than her blowing her nose in my about blowing my eardrums out, I don't need to know what you guys were doing. You guys just carry on. Yeah, so yes, I think she's really crying. Yeah, it was bad. I'm glad. Okay, so it was just as bad for you because I only have one. I only have one in, and it about blew my ear off. So I don't know. So let's look at that. She was in the hospital for an extra few days. She was with Missy Davis. She was with Cortney's dad. All in 15 days. Well, let's just say 14 days because their 15th day didn't make it. She hardly had her at all. It is, and when I keep looking and like trying to add up in my mind, I can't because that would just not would have been me. And yeah, I didn't know that, Roseanne, that they might send her home. Oh. Dang. And CPS is just such a, sometimes it's great and sometimes it's not, right? So, it's like Timothy would have been better off with CPS. He would have been better off with, you would like to think he'd been better off with anybody other than the family he ended up with. But there's horrible people out there that have foster care. You hear those horrible stories all the time. There's great people out there that do foster care. And Stormy, I hope you have your eardrums left after that if you've got that on. Yes, they should have done the talk screen. And maybe they kept the baby because of the weight. I don't know. And we're not going to know because they don't do a defense. They rest. Everybody rest. So we don't get to hear anything. Who do you hear? Who do you get to testify on their behalf that's going to say anything good? And that's wrong too, because there are kids out there that need help. Yep. Gabrielle, you're so right. And that kind of the conversation we had the other day about where's that line? You have to have a license to drive a car. You have to take a test for this, that, and the other. But anybody can have a baby if their body will let them. But it's such a slippery slope. If you start telling people that can and can't have kids, then you're telling them they can or can't do whatever. I I don't know. So Roseanne, I worked when my kids were in elementary school. I worked at the elementary school, and um, I was an instructional assistant basically, and a little kid came in, had clearly had the crap beat out of them, and we tried to get them to tell us what happened. We knew, or we had our suspicions, who did it. The police came. The school did their due diligence. We tried all day. I was so scared for this kid to go home because I didn't know if I was going to see them again, because the person we suspected that did it knew that the school had contacted authorities. But because he wouldn't speak and he would not tell, he went home. Oops, I didn't mean to say the gender. And it was awful. Awful. The helpless feeling to see that and you can do nothing. And you just feel like you're sending them back. You know what they're going home to, and you can't do anything because they're too scared to speak up. So it's all it's all, and CP they should go to jail for that. But Hamilton, you're also right. They don't ever seem to go to jail for anything. It was bad. You just don't forget some things. So, and the helpless feeling that I had. What do you do? Like I said, sometimes the schools don't do the right thing. Sometimes CPS doesn't do, well, more than a lot, the CPS doesn't do the right thing. Or they investigate people that don't need investigated. And then they don't investigate people that clearly need investigated. And it's broken and backwards in the majority of the time. Absolutely, Stormy. I can absolutely understand how you would feel that way. Carmen was sick for a while when she was, what were you, Carmen? High school? High school. So it was very different. But I just kept thinking, they're going to think I'm doing something to her. They're going to blame me for her because we can't figure out what's wrong with her. We still haven't figured out what's wrong with her, by the way. Just saying. But it's a horrible, horrible feeling to feel like you can't even take your kid to the doctor. I think I remember that case. Was that on Netflix? Because my daughter-in-law, aka Dill, because she calls me Mill, talks about that all the time. Yeah, it was horrible. So I don't know. I don't know where the balance is in all this stuff. I think but was it on Netflix? Or is it now? Because she talks about something that I thought I watched on Netflix too a while ago. Because he didn't make it, right? He ended up passing away? You- I'm not laughing because she was bitten by a copperhead. She was bitten by a copperhead. I always tell her, do you know how you wouldn't have been bitten by a copperhead? As if you would have been where I told you to be, which was not, you were supposed to be up helping me, not down at the pond. So you got bit by a copperhead. And you know what she said to me? And I'll have to edit this. I come outside and she's down at the pond. It was a baby copperhead. Fortunately, it was what they called a dry bite. But she yells up at me, and I have to edit this. Mom, bring me the pew pew, for lack of a better word. And I said, what? I just got bit by a snake. I'm like, I am not bringing you that. And I thought it was a baby. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, she's just yelling at me like I'm going to bring her things that fire things out of them so that she can shoot things, doing stuff she wasn't supposed to be doing in the first place. But then we go to the ER and they're trying to figure out what to do because you can clearly see she's been bitten. So they send her home. We go back because she can't walk on it. And there's 2 physician's assistants in there arguing about if it looks any different than it did the previous day. Well, it did. And it was. There was 2 lines when we were in there the previous day. And now there was 2 lines and another line. There was a frowny face literally on her ankle from this. I'm like, it looks completely different. And they're arguing. And a doctor comes in and is like, yeah, that looks different. It was bad. It was so bad. But yeah, she has a frowny face from it. Like, that's just to remind you should have listened to your mother. That's all I can say. Oh, Roseanne, there is no doubt in my mind that you have seen way too much stuff. Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. You know, when your child yells for you to bring them a thing like that, you're like, what? No? All right. I will try to stop. I didn't know what else to call it. Gabrielle. What else do you call it? I think some people call it what do they call it? A force magnifier? Is that what they call it instead? I try to listen to him. Somebody was talking about it the other day, and I was like, oh, that's what it is. All I can ever think of is pew pew. I don't know. Okay. All right. I have to finish this up because my son and my husband and a friend of ours are up the road and they are waiting for me. I mean, they're in a building. They're not just up the road. But nope, forever from this day forward. All right. Anytime we have that in a trial, it will be a pew pew. All right, let's finish up because my ride's gonna be here in a minute. They want me, and I think I've earned a beer today, right? I think I've earned one. We've all earned one. I'm gonna go have one as soon as we're done with this. All right.
On the road. You know, when you're leaving the intersection right here, and you're going around the big curve. Like
That's right.
When you're going around the curve, as soon as you get around it, there's a church right here. And you have to cross railroad tracks. She's buried in the back of the church. And then he has two burial plots. She didn't even look the same. It's hard to accept that was even my baby. This is the worst time of my life. I just don't know how to get through.
I will not be getting crazy, I promise. But thanks. And I love your jokes.
I was trying to run away from it and self-medicate worked out not very well.
I don't know. But I've realized that last week, I don't know why or how, but I even had a taste for drugs. I just want help.
Have you learned anything else since the last time we talked about this whole thing?
I've been searching for answers every fucking day with people that he knew and people that he said he didn't know and that he had just met. And, you know, I've heard all kind of fucking things, but I don't know what to believe. That
That don't know what they're talking about.
right.
Tell me about this girl that you talked to at this party or whatever you were at.
The Christie girl.
Yeah,
It wasn't a party, it was a house that I went to.
okay.
She goes, I'm gonna go to, we were all sitting in a room, she's sitting on the bed, I'm sitting on the ottoman. She said, I'm gonna go to this house and get my purse. I think you need to come with me. I said, what do you mean I need to come with you? I don't even know you, I don't want to leave Josh here because he don't even know these people. She goes, no, you need to come with me. I said, why is that? So she gets up close to me and she whispers in my ear, I know who killed your baby. So I got up, I grabbed my stuff, and I walked to the car with her. We get in the car, she says, Shane Kidd killed your baby.
Probably.
She said what?
Shane Kidd killed your baby.
So did she say what?
She said that there was a very important, dangerous person that had sent him to hit a legal Chris, to take Chris out. That something had went wrong and it was my baby. So she says, I asked her, how does she know this? Who's told her this? And she goes, that Shane Kidd told Sierra. And Sierra was the girl that lived in the house. She's pregnant right now. She's doing real good. She's got her head on her shoulders. She was an addict, but she's gotten pregnant and she's gotten clean.
I keep missing it.
Her last name
No, because on Facebook she goes, I love Sierra.
where she live?
Bortusk Road. Bortusk Road.
Bortusk Road.
That's where I was. So I go talk to Sierra. Sierra says that no, that's not what Shane had told her. That Shane had only said that he had gotten caught up in all this and it was all a mess. And the girl took all of that 2 little sentences into all that. I have no clue why. Or
So
how.
what do you believe about that?
I don't know.
How long have you known Shane Kidd?
For about 4 or 5 years.
See that guy? Is he that guy? Is he gonna do something like
He
that?
loves his babies.
Mm-hmm.
He loves kids. I don't see him doing something like that. Because I've been told that there's a hit on me.
For what?
Because of all this. Because they think I killed her. These fucking dumb guys are unbelievable with these stories.
So they're gonna put a hit on you as the mother of the child?
Right. Right.
With what you know about these people, does that sound right?
What the? He's gonna reach across and slap her?
Does that sound like something that these folks would do? Is meth heads are gonna do something like
Their
that?
family.
Let me ask you this. What does anybody have to gain with even trying to kidnap your 15-day-old
Yeah,
child?
not right.
What are they gonna get from you guys?
They couldn't get shit when he didn't have shit.
Right. So what do you think the likelihood of a kidnapping actually is?
They didn't take her past the herb bottle. So that's what throws that off.
Right?
I was asleep.
Well, so you say.
I was fucking asleep, and I swear that's the fucking honest truth.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't me. What I've told y'all, and what I've told everyone else, what I've explained to everyone else. I was asleep and I woke up and my baby is gone.
Mm-hmm.
My little bitty tiny precious baby. It's a fucking nightmare, man.
I'm sure it is. Courtney, you had, Caliyah was 15 days old when she was murdered. And she was in your house 5 of those days, maybe? How many days did she stay in the hospital before? How many days did she stay in the hospital before you guys got her?
I was there with her too.
Mhm.
She stayed 2 nights without us.
Okay.
We stayed the last when this happened.
Mhm. So that's 2 of the 15 days, or actually 4 of them, because she was in the hospital for 4 days, right? And not because of anything, she was just.
My dad had her about 3 or 4 days.
Okay, so that's 7.
Right, so I had her about a week.
How many days did Missy have her before?
Megan.
Megan.
1.
Okay. So I'm right, so about 5 days. Now, I'm not a mother, I've
And
never
then
given
that was
birth
my
to a
fault,
child.
and I was trying.
Was it or was it not your fault? Because you know you've admitted to drug use in the home.
But I was a good mama.
The house was not in good shape.
I was trying the best that I could.
Your relationship with the child's father was tumultuous. You know what that means? It was violent.
But when it was good, it was good.
Yeah, but most of the time it wasn't. By your own admission, he was
At the
running
end,
off all the
yeah.
time. We're talking about a 15-day span.
No, I'm talking about the last 2 to 3 months.
Okay.
Before that, it wasn't as bad as it was.
Hmm.
It wasn't as bad as it was. How many black eyes he give you?
Hmm.
He never showed fucking any kind of violence toward our kid or kids.
How many times did he hit you? In what, the 4 years that you and he have been in a relationship? How many times did he hit you when you were pregnant with that child? How many times did he encourage you to do drugs when you were pregnant with that child?
I tried to be a good mama.
Hmm. How many times did you kick him out? Call the police on him? How many times did you lie for him? How many times did you sit in this room right here and lie about him?
And then when y'all found my baby,
It took that. It took us finding your murdered child for you to finally start telling
for me to
something.
admit that I used drugs and that he fucking hit me.
Mm-hmm.
But everything else I told the truth about.
But the day before when we talked about it, when we were looking for your child, you lied about it. You told some story about you getting in some fight with some chick, all this other
And the
stuff.
chick was real.
Well, and you don't understand how we can put these charges. Well, we can put these charges on you because the law allows us to. That's the way the law is.
I didn't do this and I didn't know about
But
it.
we can prove by your very own admission that you have some culpability in the deprivation of that child, okay, in the cruelty and the environment that both of those kids were in.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. There was violence in the home, there was drugs in the home, you know, neither of y'all worked.
He worked.
Not according to his dad, he didn't.
He worked.
He didn't work very often.
The last 2 weeks was pretty fucking rough, but
Mhm.
other than that, he worked every fucking week. Whether it was 5 days or 3 days or 2, but he worked.
I work every day. Today's Sunday, I'm working,
I understand.
okay?
I never said that he was perfect.
And don't take my money
Fucking dad, but
and buy drugs with it instead of food and stuff for the kids that he's so in love with.
I understand. But I was trying. I was almost to the point where I was ready to leave him, but
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know how. I just wanted my girls to have a family.
How many times did he have to beat you before it was time for you to go? Did he have to kill you?
I thought it was gonna be me.
Mm-hmm.
I agree that I did drugs.
Mm-hmm.
I agree that mine and his relationship wasn't fit for kids. But I was trying. I loved our babies.
Well, who does? And you know who does? Did see this coming?
My dad.
Your dad and grandparents. Actually, what they saw coming was you in the grave.
Me too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. How much drugs did you do when you were pregnant with Caliyah?
Not many.
How much? How often did you smoke marijuana?
Throughout my whole pregnancy because I stayed sick.
So marijuana was your
She said throughout her whole pregnancy.
from being sick?
What is what kept me able to eat.
What about the meth? How much meth did you do? How many times?
Maybe 10.
So, and the reason I'm asking you this, Cortney, is so you will understand how we can make these charges against you.
But I don't deserve to be charged with murder.
You're being charged with murder in the second
What is
degree,
that?
which I know it sounds like a bunch of smoke, but there's a difference in the law.
What is the difference?
It's because of your actions allowed this to happen.
My actions did not allow this.
Because you take the kids and leave. This guy that was,
Yeah, I went Thursday. I went to my dad's.
and got the
And I was
kids.
gonna stay there with them.
Why didn't you?
Because he talked me back into coming home.
What did he do to talk you back into coming home?
What do you mean? He begged me to bring his babies home soon, his kids home. He begged me to come home.
Are both of these children even his?
Yeah, both of them's his. There's no other fucking option. There's no other person.
You never unfaithful during your relationship
No.
with him?
Not at all.
Were y'all legally married?
We were married.
Okay.
So with the charges that I have, how long is that?
How long you need Like prison time?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't deal in that. They gotta be proven, you gotta be found guilty before you even worry about that. That's something to talk with your attorney about. Okay. They have contacted you at all? They wouldn't be able to, would they?
They have the mailing address at my dad's. My dad hasn't told me anything's capable of me.
You probably had, maybe it's been holidays.
Is that automatic life in Georgia?
How'd you get hooked
I
up
don't
with
know.
Hubby? How long have you known him?
McKeel.
Who?
McKeel.
McGill. Who's that?
They said it was, Rockdale said his real name's Joe Stroud.
Okay.
He took me over there. And maybe a week.
So you haven't known him all that long? Not a school friend from high school or nothing like that?
I was staying from place to place.
Don't lead me astray.
And I was searching for answers. Chris talked about hubby. Hubby says he didn't know him. Hubby said he'd never met him. But Skittles, the girl that he says he was standing in the driveway that morning, Chris, when he was supposed to have been in the woods.
Skittles?
Yes, Sarah Collins. Her and hubby was like together off and on. I don't know, when I met him and figured out that he was hubby, I don't know, I just went to him for answers.
Answer
I
like
couldn't
what?
answer.
How old are you, Courtney? How old?
24. Nobody understands the pain I have in my fucking heart.
I don't. You're right, I don't. You remember anything else about that night that you haven't told me? Anything at all? Any detail, whether minor or not? Go through it again?
Could you possibly let me smoke a cigarette?
Stop smoking here. So a couple of things are gonna happen before you're gonna stop smoking.
That's not me. So she had second degree unaliving. I'm trying to look. There was contributing to the dependency of a minor. And there was one other one. I have no idea what's going on. That is not anything I have to. I guess it's over. And she had another charge. He had 8. Yes, I'm glad that the other one made it. Where's cameraman? But we got to see the weather for a glimpse down there. Hamilton. The reason that they were not tried separately is because they would have had basically his trial and then a repeat during her trial. is what I saw. So that was why they just thought that would be a waste. And so they didn't try them together. He had a day like we did. Yeah, we're just quit. We're just done. We're not putting up with your crappy audio anymore. I think I'm just going to have to rename this one Day 3, Day 4, lots of skipping, and some shenanigans. How about that? Is that a good title for this stream? Because anybody comes to watch this, the catch up's gonna be like, WTF you guys doing? I don't know what else to do. I just have watched, my viewers have been pretty level this week. And then I just watched them go, like, they'd come back up for a little bit, and then they start playing more audio, and they're like, yeah, no, I'm out. And poor Rumble, you never know what's going to happen over there. I generally have like 2 or 3 viewers. It's me. I have one, and I'm the one because I have to make sure it's playing. So the other viewer has came in a couple of times and has been like, I'm out. I'm done. I don't know what's wrong with her today. Let's see if they come back. I'm not going to hold my breath. Oh, look at that. We got a little sighting. Here, I thought we were going to be done. Oh, now we got the circle. So I don't care. I've had fun today. This trial sucks. It's hard. Listening yesterday, or the medical examiner testimony was awful. So today's been fun. Okay, well, we're not going to see the investigator. This guy doesn't know. Maybe. He's back. I didn't. Okay. I was like, maybe I thought I muted, but I didn't. There we go. Well, look at that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Investigator Alexander, setting aside whether Shane Kidd actually has a felony conviction or not, since there was no evidence of that, would it be fair to say that the couple, Mr. McNabb and Ms. Bell, associate with a lot of people who have criminal histories?
Yes.
So if a criminal history or even a felony conviction was a qualifying criteria to make you a person of interest
Hello,
in this case,
Adair.
how long would your list of people need
We
to
are
be to rule
about to
out?
wrap up
We'll still be
finally.
doing the investigation and interviews at this point.
Does Mr. McNabb talk to you about that in that last interview, about how many people he was bringing in and out of the trailer of an unsavory lifestyle doing drugs?
Yes.
Does Mr. McNabb, in fact, attribute that ultimately their use of methamphetamines was a contributing factor to their child's death?
He absolutely did.
And with respect to that, was he referring to other individuals that they brought around their trailer to get drugs?
Yes.
The person that he mentioned that had come to the trailer to provide dope for Cortney on the night before baby Caliyah went missing was supposed to be coming there to deliver drugs. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to leading. The last 5 questions he's answered have all been yes questions. I'd ask that she direct the witness.
I think the last question was leading, Judge, but just because the questions are yes questions doesn't mean that they're leading.
Don't
He hasn't
lead,
objected to those.
don't lead your witness.
Now, what was Mr. McNabb doing at Skittles or Sarah's house? Remember in the statement where he indicates that he goes down the path and he makes a right on Henderson Mill, not a left back towards 36, but a right a quarter of a mile to go down to Sarah's residence. Did he ever indicate to you why he was going down to his friend's house?
He never indicated why, other than the fact that she lived there and he went to stand in her driveway. And then he came back.
Was he suspicious that whoever kidnapped his child had
Yes.
gone to his friend's Skittles house?
He never mentioned that, no.
And with respect to these totes that were stacked up there in the bedroom next to where the baby was lying, were you aware of whether or not there were other individuals who were inside tearing those totes apart before you arrived? looking for clothing, looking for the baby?
Yes, several deputies had already done that by the time I had gotten there.
Do you imagine that if there were prints on that container, there would be just a few or many?
I would imagine many, yes.
Is there any evidence of any escaped mental patient that you came across in your investigation?
Actually, there was no evidence of that at all.
Well,
Is there an
color me
active
shocked.
Investigation into escapees from a mental asylum here located somewhere within miles of Newton County?
No, none at all.
Now, do you recall what Cortney Bell said that she took off of Clarissa the night before baby Caliyah went missing? Before she put her to bed?
Took off Clarissa, yes, she took off a blue T-shirt that had gotten some milk on the collar in the back.
Okay. And do you recall what Cortney Bell said Chris McNabb was wearing in the trailer on the evening of the 6th prior to them having sex on the couch?
Yes, he had on some blue camouflage shorts.
And when you say shorts, were those boxer shorts?
Boxers, yes, ma'am.
And did you find blue camouflage boxer shorts inside of the drawstring bag with baby Caliyah?
We did.
And did Mr. McNabb tell you what brand of underwear he was wearing?
He said they were U.S. Polo, the U.S. Polo brand.
And what type brand are these blue camouflage boxer shorts?
They are U.S. Polo brand.
Did Mr. McNabb own up to having a camouflage t-shirt?
Yes,
Was there a camouflage t-shirt found inside of the bag there with baby Caliyah?
there was.
When Cortney Bell was talking about the blue camouflage shorts, did she talk about a specific thing that she remembered doing that night that enabled her to recall the color of the shorts?
Yes.
What was that?
She said that as he walked by, she grabbed or smacked his booty.
Now, did Mr. McNabb admit
Okay.
that this was his bag?
He did.
Did Cortney Bell describe this as being the bag, the, again, drawstring bag that with the Michael Jordan symbol on it?
Yep. Let me go back. They never saw the bag, but they did describe the bag perfectly.
Right, and so in that final interview, Mr. McNabb is aware that this is the bag that his child has now been found in, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so at this point in time, when we're talking about searching or testing these items that were found inside of the bag to determine, again, whose DNA might be on these items, if there was blood on these items, whose blood would you believe it to be?
I would believe it to be the baby Caliyah's blood.
Have you ever heard of a case or worked a case where a 14-day-old child or 15-day-old child is capable of inflicting injuries and drawing blood on another individual?
No.
Is there any obvious signs of injury on Christopher McNabb's hands when you interviewed him on the 7th as opposed to when you interviewed him on the 8th?
On the 7th, there was nothing obvious. On the 8th, he did have obvious injuries to his hand from punching the wall, according to what he said,
And that would be the wall
in his mobile home, in the trailer where they lived.
Now, in this last statement that he gives you, he starts talking about blood being on, he noticed blood on the little baby sleeper, and he also just noticed that he happened to have a cut on his hand at that time. Is that anything, where is this ever mentioned in either of his first two interviews that he gave you on October the 7th or on October the 8th?
It's not mentioned at all until the final interview.
Is it possible that Mr. McNabb was trying to offer an explanation as to why?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation. She said, is it possible Mr. McNabb is trying to do something he doesn't know?
Wait till she asked the question, Mr. Carter, because I have no idea what she's asking.
Ooh,
Ask
judge is
whatever
done.
question you're going to ask, and then I'll listen to whatever.
Did Mr. McNabb ever tell you about having any injury or cuts to his hands in the first interview?
No.
Did Mr. McNabb ever talk to you or suggest that y'all needed to go get the baby sleeper because there was a spot of blood on it in the first or the second interview?
He did not.
I think so,
Now,
Hamilton.
with respect to Matthew Lester, are you aware that Matthew Lester was an inmate at the Douglas County Sheriff's Office jail from October the 2nd of 2017 until October the 17th of 2017?
I am aware now, yes.
At this time, I'd offer a certified copy of booking records from the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. This is State's Exhibit number 71. For Matthew Shane Lester, indicating dates of incarceration from October 2nd, 2017 until October the 17th of 2017.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Would it therefore have been possible for Matthew Lester to have broken into the residence and stolen baby Caliyah and killed her and left her in the woods?
No, it would not have been.
Those are all the questions that I have, Judge.
Mr. Carter?
Thank you, Judge. Investigator Alexander, Christopher McNabb did admit that bag, or a bag very similar to that was his, right?
Yes,
And you asked him about the underwear. He said, yeah, if those underwear were in that bag, those are probably mine.
yes,
And you asked him about a camouflage shirt.
yes,
And he said, yeah, we bought a camouflage shirt. I don't know where it was. Haven't worn it lately, but it was probably in that bin. Is that
That's-
right?
yes.
So he never denied that any of this stuff was his. In fact, he said, wow, I know that makes it look suspicious, didn't he?
That's correct.
He told you that doesn't mean that he did it. Is that fair?
You did say that, yes.
Now, Ms. Zahn asked you, did you check back on all of these rumors? And you said yes. What exactly did you do to check back on all the rumors? What did you do to check on Shane Kidd to make sure that he hadn't committed this crime?
I did not check on Shane Kidd.
We're not just gonna rehash what you asked the first time. You may cross on what she brought up, but we're just not gonna say it again.
Matt Lester, clearly he was in jail at the time Caliyah went missing. Is that right?
That's correct.
You did not learn that until I told you a few minutes ago.
Well, actually, that's not true. I didn't remember until just then, yes.
That's all I have, Judge.
Frost? Mr. Zahn? Ms. Zahn?
You may step down. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 5:30. We're gonna recess for the weekend. Now, I can't emphasize enough what I've already emphasized and told you.
We got a judge, and you're done, Judge. Yeah, Hamilton. I think, do you remember the medical examiner saying, the teeth, even though she was only 14 days old, 15 days old, that they came through? To me, and we all thought maybe he stomped her head, but I was thinking more an adult and the cut in her mouth. Yes, that probably was a punch to her mouth, just straight in, is what I kind of thought. That made more sense. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know. She obviously went through something horrible. But, it's like thinking about her and thinking about Timothy Ferguson. I'm glad her death was quick because his was months long. He at least could try to get something. She had no chance if that's the way that she would have went. Both are horrible. There's no excuse for either one of them. But yeah, I just thought about her just being completely helpless. And Timothy, in his own way, was completely helpless because they just made it so he couldn't do anything. So, I don't know. It's awful. Seriously, when he got up to get a drink, I was like, you gonna smack her? Just do it right in front of the judge. That'd be great. I'm sure her attorney that's sitting in between them was super comfortable right there. Sure. I mean, he's just enjoying his day, like, yay. Yeah, that's, yes, you would know. And I agree, because my dogs are getting ready to howl again. So you just want justice for him. You just want somebody to stand up and be a voice for him. And I think her dad, her cousin, at least are trying. I feel bad for them to an extent because they knew what was going on. The dad knew. The dad had the babies. The cousin knew. She kept the babies as much as she could, but neither one of them just stepped in and said, hey, you go get clean. We'll keep them until you get done. Gabrielle. Her dad cousin and now boyfriend cousin. All right, you guys, before my dogs get completely wound up and they're on their way again, I'm going to, you don't have to see yourself out. Oh yeah, she did. She said, yep. She sure did. And I think he had to do wall squats that way. She's disgusting woman. I hope her time in prison is horrible. So, you guys, I had a great time today. Nobody else might if they rewatch this, but I had fun. It makes this time go by a lot easier. You guys have been a blast. We will finish this up probably Monday. If we don't finish it up Monday, we'll definitely finish it up Wednesday because I want to be ready to go when our next horrible parent goes on trial on next week. So I have no idea what that's going to be like at all. I saw 2 witnesses that I think his side's going to call, and then I've seen all kinds of numbers that the state is going to call. So thank you, Roseanne. I hope you can join us again on Monday. I had to think what day it was. And yes, Monday at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll be here. Get this thing wrapped up. Hopefully, maybe. See how it goes. So have a great weekend, you guys, and just be safe. But, I'd say be warm, but a couple of you are in Florida, so you already are. And Gabrielle, you're killing me. Not literally, YouTube. Not literally. I'm going to hear that noise all night. Ping. All right. I'm seriously going now. And I had to change all my music, so I'm lost right at the moment. So, alrighty, guys. See you later.